Chapter 22:12. Earth-shattering. How is this possible? Unless you have converted 40% of your boundary essence, it is impossible to withstand the impact of the lake water. The manager looked as if he had seen a ghost. He even rubbed his eyes to see what cultivation level Lin Ling was at. However, the truth was that Lin Ling was only at rank 6 Martial Emperor realm. He did not know that Lin Ling had the white token flag and could withstand the impact of the ancient lake 5 times. It could be said that while others needed to use divine crystals to purchase martial arts, Lin Ling did not need to do so. If he wanted any martial arts, he could just take it. At that moment, Di Baimo and the others were also staring at Lin Ling. They were roaring furiously in their hearts. However, at that moment, they realized that Lin Ling was also looking at them. "This guy is courting death," Di Baimo shouted. He wanted to see what Lin Ling was going to say. Could it be that he was going to apologize? However, Lin Ling was expressionless. He slowly stretched out his right hand. This action confused many people. However, in the next moment, they finally knew what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and shook his finger. "I'm sorry, but I'm interested in this martial art." Yes. Wasn't that shaking action what Wu Qingzi had done earlier? Instantly, Wu Qingzi and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. They still did not understand how Lin Ling had succeeded. Hence, they thought that Lin Ling was just lucky. As for the others, their mouths were wide open. This guy was crazy. Everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Ling. Lin Ling also turned around and looked at the manager. "Sorry, I did not spend a single cent. This martial arts is mine." Yes. After saying that, he flew back to the shore. The manager's old face turned green with anger. Lin Ling had obtained the martial arts without spending a single cent. If he had taken action earlier, he would have gotten close to 400 divine crystals. This young man was so hateful. If he did not have to continue hosting, he would have killed Lin Ling. Wow, amazing. Yes, you are indeed the boss. After Lin Ling's return, Lu Qingfeng and the rest started cheering loudly. Their excited voices made the people who were gloating on the shore feel like ducks that had been grabbed by their necks. They couldn't say a word. Crash. After that, the lake water continued to flow down from the sky. However, most of them were first-grade low-tier martial arts. So many people tried to snatch them. Even Pan Liyun made a move. As for the manager, he didn't make a move because a martial art that was too cheap couldn't be sold for much. Moreover, he was secretly collecting money. This was against the rules, so it was impossible for him to collect money for any martial art, unless it was a high-level martial art. Not long after, the black hole in the sky suddenly fell silent. This silence lasted for a full 15 minutes. On the shore, everyone stopped breathing. The reason for that was because they sensed that the following world origin martial arts were likely to be extremely extraordinary. I must get this martial art. Let's see who has more money. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword, and the others were also extremely nervous. Boom! At this moment, the lake water erupted from the black hole. The lake water was directly blasted out. In the lake water, a white light shot out like a shooting star. This light was currently the most dazzling. The martial art in the light was likely to be a second-grade world origin martial art. In that short moment, everyone's eyes turned red. If they could get that martial art, then they could shine in the upcoming divine list battle. 500 divine crystals. Wu Qing roared directly. His voice was very fast, as if he was afraid that the martial art would be snatched away by others. 600 divine crystals. However, Di Baimo followed closely behind. 1,000. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword was unwilling to give up. The manager smiled as he listened to their bids. For the time being, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move because if he wanted to get that martial art, unless he was a world king, ordinary people couldn't resist the world origin in the lake water. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. 1,500. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. In the end, Falling Flowers' flowing water sword roared and shouted out the final price with a red face. 1,500 divine crystals. This Falling Flowers' flowing water sword is really rich. He is the successor of the 10 great sword immortals of Xianxia. His foundation must be rich. What a pity that martial art. Sigh. Alas, we can only look up. Sigh. Many people shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't shout such a price. Moreover, they couldn't afford to offend the successor of the 10 great sword immortals of Xianxia. This martial art is the sword world's profound sword record. 30,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor practiced it and shook the sword world. Later, the Sword Emperor fell. In this world, origin martial art was passed down. The manager said lightly. His voice directly made everyone's breathing quicken, especially Falling Flower's flowing water sword. He was so excited that his body trembled. Moreover, he stared at Lin Ling mockingly. Lin Ling was lucky to get a martial art before, but that was just luck. The profound sword record was obviously not something that Lin Ling could get. Moreover, in the divine list battle, he had to rely on the profound sword record to defeat Lin Ling. Your complacency has come to an end. Sigh. Falling Flower's flowing water sword directly shook his finger at Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling shook his finger at him. Now, he was returning the favor. At the same time, the manager made his move. As if he was moving forward in a monstrous wave, his big hand grabbed at the profound sword record. But this time, Lin Ling also moved, following closely behind the manager. The manager didn't know that someone dared to snatch the martial art. Just as his hand was about to grab the light, an arm was faster than him and grabbed the light. This martial art belongs to me. In the next moment, a voice that shocked the martial god Lake floated out. Under countless gazes, the blue-robed youth held the profound sword record in his hand and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, and it was like an earth-shattering earthquake, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Him again? One had to know that the lake water that enveloped the profound sword record, the power of the boundary essence, had probably reached 80%. However, Lin Ling had succeeded again. It's you again. The manager was stunned, but soon he hysterically roared. I was the one who sold this profound sword record first. You snatched the martial art from me. Aren't you too overbearing? Everyone could hear that he seemed to have gone crazy. Of course, no one would be in a good mood because the martial art was sold for 15 million divine crystals. Now that the shining silver had disappeared, who wouldn't be angry? Although you sold it first, it doesn't count if you don't get it. Lin Ling smiled and said faintly. This was what the general manager had said before, and now he was returning the words back to him. The previous manager didn't care about the rules, so why should he? Lin Ling, care about the rules. After saying that, Lin Ling turned around and left. However, on the way, he paused, stretched out his right hand again, and shook it in an extremely arrogant manner. No one can snatch the martial art that I want. His voice and actions were undoubtedly enough to drive people mad, because this was the second time he shook his finger. Sure enough, the flowing water sword and the others on the shore were all stunned, and veins appeared on their foreheads. Chapter 22:13. The steward makes a move. You've got guts. All right, I'll play with you. Let's see if you can shake your finger a third time. That's a very arrogant move, but you can't do it more than 3 times. Try shaking it again. The Falling Flower's flowing water sword, Div Baimo, and Wu Qingzi all shouted coldly. A bone-chilling aura was emitted from their bodies, causing the crowd to squint their eyes. The 3 of them had powerful backgrounds. One of them was the descendant of the 10-sword celestials in Xianxia. The other was the son of Taizu, and Wu Qingzi was said to be from a certain dynasty. He was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling actually provoked such people, and 3 of them at once. Lin Ling's guts were not small. Don't do it more than 3 times, I agree. If not for the fact that auctioning martial arts was against the rules, he would have already killed Lin Ling. However, he would endure it one last time. Of course, while he was furious, he was also puzzled. Why was Lin Ling not afraid of the martial god Lake's boundary essence? This was too strange. Crash! The lake water gushed out again, but this time it was clearly not a powerful martial art. However, the crowd subconsciously wanted to see if Lin Ling was interested. If Lin Ling made a move, They wouldn't want that martial art anymore. However, Lin Ling had a calm look on his face. He was clearly not interested in that martial art. This guy actually made all the rookies respect him. On the shore, the chess boy was speechless. Moreover, he was very jealous. They were both recruits, so why was Lin Ling so much more dazzling than him? It's just temporary arrogance, Tang Yue said with extreme dissatisfaction. Crash! And at this moment, the black hole in the sky spewed out lake water. The pressure of the boundary essence was extremely strong, but what was surprising was that the lake water flowed out continuously, but no martial arts could be seen flowing out. This was another anomaly. The martial arts brought by this wave of lake water were definitely not weak. This martial art, we want it. That's right. It can only be taken by the three of us. Anyone who dares to take it is going against the three of us. At this time, a low voice floated out. It was falling flowers, flowing water, and sword talking. They were threatening everyone. In fact, their words were more for Lin Ling to hear. They were telling Lin Ling to come and snatch it. Let's see how you snatch it. They're at each other's throats. However, this time, Manager Lin Ling will definitely pay attention to Lin Ling. He definitely won't let Lin Ling succeed. That must be it. Without a doubt, everyone wanted to see if Lin Ling could still be so arrogant. You're Lin Ling, right? I can tell you that it's the Wuxia divine tree art from the tree world. It's a 5 elements origin martial art. However, this martial art now belongs to the three of them. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The general manager also coldly said. His tone was filled with an extremely thick, murderous aura. In reality, he also wanted to see if Lin Ling would dare to attack. Haha, he definitely wouldn't dare. I've said before that anyone can only wag their fingers twice in front of us. It's impossible for them to do it a third time. Falling Blossom, Flowing Water sneered as he shook his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at D by Mo and the other man. That martial art, I'll bid 1,000. 1,200 divine gems. 1,500 divine gems. The three of them started bidding arrogantly. They looked extremely rampant. Suddenly, there was a lot of laughter from the shore. The crowd seemed to know that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to attack again, so they all started laughing at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's face was still calm. After Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others started bidding, he finally said lightly, I'm interested in this martial art. His words undoubtedly made all the laughter disappear. Oh, I wonder how much you'll bid. Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the other two immediately looked at Lin Ling and smiled. I won't pay a single cent. Lin Ling also smiled. His smile was a little cold. Then you can try it. The other three people on the other side also revealed cold smiles. Their gazes collided in midair, and intense sparks bloomed. Boom! At that moment, the lake water finally erupted. A colorful ancient tree surged out along with the waves. Seeing this, countless people sucked in cold air. This was definitely a second-grade boundary origin martial art. Wuxia divine tree technique. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He moved and rushed forward. This set of boundary origin martial art was prepared for Yu Yu because it was very suitable for Yu Yu's talent. This guy is really courting death. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack. The corner of the general manager's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. His hands were behind his back. There was already 50% boundary origin there. It was enough to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, just as he was about to move, the jade pendant on his waist rang. Old he, did a great commander called Lin Ling come to your place? The voice from the jade pendant came from Great Commander Linghu. In terms of status, Great Commander Linghu was obviously higher than the general manager. It's old brother Linghu. However, I only have new recruits here. Where did the Great Commander come from? The general manager said suspiciously. It's a new recruit. His name is Lin Ling. Pay more attention to him. If you see him, take care of him. Let me remind you, don't provoke him. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you. The voice from the jade pendant became serious. The general manager's heart trembled. to be able to make Great Commander Ling Hu say this. That guy called Lin Ling obviously had a powerful background. However, who was Lin Ling? Why had he never heard of this great commander? Old He, are you there? However, at that moment, the voice from the jade pendant came again. It was Great Commander Huang Qi. The general manager was stunned. Why were there so many senior commanders looking for him today? It made him feel like his face had been enhanced. I have a brother here called Lin Ling. Help him. This will only benefit you. There are no disadvantages. Don't provoke him. Otherwise, prepare to lose your head. Great Commander Huang Qi's voice was polite at first, but it became threatening later on. Cold sweat broke out on the general manager's forehead. For Lin Ling again, his eyes wandered and suddenly fixed on Lin Ling. He seemed to have heard that the arrogant new recruit was called Lin Ling. Boom! His heart instantly exploded. Without another word, he pounced on Lin Ling. The general manager finally made a move. That new recruit is dead meat. Many people who had been staring at the general manager all this time finally laughed. As for Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword, they were also shaking their heads. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stupid. He knew it was a dead end, but he still dared to charge in. They could even imagine the scene of Lin Ling being obliterated alive. Do you think he will be dismembered by 5 horses? Although the general manager's position isn't high, he is guarding the martial god lake. His strength can't be underestimated. Lin Ling is just a new recruit. How can he block the general manager's attack? I think he can kill Lin Ling in one move. However, before killing Lin Ling, the general manager will definitely teach him a lesson. The three of them spoke in a carefree manner. Chapter 22:14. The fourth time, the fifth time. Although it was Lin Ling who made the first move, the manager seemed to have sped up. Before Lin Ling could get his hands on the martial arts, the manager had already taken the martial arts in his hands. What happened next didn't need to be guessed. As for Lin Ling, he frowned. Why did this old man have to go against him? However, what happened next made everyone confused. The manager smiled respectfully and handed the martial arts to Lin Ling with both hands. How could I trouble you to take the martial arts personally? If you have any martial arts that you like, you could just ask me for help. After he said that, the ancient lake was once again shaken. It even had the power to shake the mountains. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and Sword were stunned. The surrounding soldiers were also stunned. They wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling being taught a lesson. Who knew that the manager would personally hand over the martial arts? Moreover, his attitude was extremely respectful. Of course, it wasn't just them. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, he knew that the manager had guessed his identity. Thank you so much. Lin Ling waved his hand and kept the martial arts without hesitation. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. Although Lin Ling's attitude was very cold, the manager had a smile on his face. At this point, if people still couldn't detect a trace of strangeness, then they would be fools. Could it be that Lin Ling's identity was extraordinary? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and Sword stared at Lin Ling. They were also guessing Lin Ling's identity. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had already turned around. Moreover, he extended his right hand and pointed his finger at the sky. He shook it lightly. The martial arts that I like, it belongs to me. This action of shaking his finger caused the ancient lake to become silent. Previously, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and Sword had said that Lin Ling wouldn't shake his finger a third time. However, now, Lin Ling told them that nothing was impossible. Are you guys angry? I shook my finger again. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. However, his eyes were extremely cold as he said, let alone the third time, even if it's the fourth or fifth time, I will still shake it. After he finished speaking, he strode forward, but his finger was still wagging. He didn't even look at Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others. His carefree and unrestrained appearance was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Of course, to Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, Sword's group, this was incomparably hateful. The more they threatened Lin Ling, the more Lin Ling shook his finger. His finger was like a silent mockery, challenging their bottom line. He even shook his finger until they cried. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. It was Wu Qingzi and the rest who provoked Lin Ling first. In that case, Lin Ling would play along with them. Die. The three of them were furious. They flew out from ashore and attacked Lin Ling. They're crazy. How dare they attack at the Martial God Lake? They have a strong background, and that Lin Ling recruit seems to have a strong background as well. However, he shouldn't be comparable to Falling Flowers, a Flowing Water Sword, and the rest. Seeing this, many people were looking forward to seeing who was more powerful among this year's genius scouts. However, their gazes wandered. In the sky, the youth in the blue robe was still strolling forward with the ancient sword on his back. His long hair was fluttering, and his finger was still wagging gently. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't even look at Falling Flowers, a Flowing Water Sword, and the rest. One arrogant scout. I heard that Lin Ling is the king of scouts. Today, I see that in terms of boldness and calmness, he is indeed much more powerful than Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the rest. Many soldiers couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down on Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the rest. It was the director who had attacked. Director, I am the successor of the Qingzhou top 10 Sword Celestials. You dare to touch the people of the great ancestor. Sensing the terrifying aura, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the rest shouted coldly. They were obviously using their status to oppress the director. They didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could be more noble than the three of them. Sure enough, the hand in the sky paused slightly, as if it was afraid. This made Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the rest sneer. However, their smiles didn't last long. In my territory, even if the martial god is here, you will still have to kneel down. Rumble. The huge hand slammed down again. You're crazy. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the rest's faces were distorted, and they were so angry that they lost their minds. For the sake of Lin Ling, the general manager actually attacked them? Boom. Unfortunately, the answer they got was a huge hand that directly suppressed them into the Martial God Lake, and all of them became drowned rats. Looking at the director in the sky again, at this moment his body was emitting a dazzling light. Above his head, an ancient huge tower also appeared. His talent seemed to be that tower. Wake up and get out of here. If you continue to be arrogant, don't blame me for killing you. A voice filled with murderous intent drifted out. In the Martial God Lake, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the rest's faces were ashen. They had lost face today, and they had lost face in front of all the new recruits. As for the people on the shore, their faces were pale. They vaguely knew that Lin Ling's background was more ferocious than the three of them. Lin Ling, if you like any martial arts, I'll get it for you. Let's see who dares to snatch it from you. Then, the director shouted domineeringly. At this moment, he was openly standing on Lin Ling's side. Thanks, Lin Ling said calmly. Originally, he was angry with the director, but this guy knew how to behave, so he let him go. Then, Lin Ling looked at Lu Chengfeng and the rest and said, if you like any martial arts, just take it. Let's see who dares to snatch it from you. Lu Chengfeng and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. But soon, they all smiled and nodded. I envy them. Many of the new recruits stared at Lu Chengfeng and the others. Some even licked their lips. With the help of the head steward, Lin Ling was now the ruler of the Martial God Lake. Moreover, he didn't need to pay a single cent to obtain the martial arts. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. As for Qitong and Tang Yue, although they looked at Lin Ling with disdain, they were extremely envious. Of course, they were also a little excited because it felt good to see D, Mo, and the rest being humiliated. In fact, they already knew that if they dared to provoke a ruthless person like Lin Ling, the consequences would be obvious. Lin Ling, see you at the divine list. At this moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the rest climbed out from the shore and roared unwillingly. Stray dogs? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Let's see who's the stray dog then. After saying this, the three of them snorted and left. Regardless of Lin Ling's identity, they firmly believed that they were definitely stronger than Lin Ling in terms of strength. The divine list, huh? Lin Ling was looking forward to it. But the most important thing now was to return to his hometown. Chapter 22:15. He could get wind and rain whenever he wanted. Then, Lin Ling found Commander Huang Qi and gave him some instructions before heading back to his hometown. He had benefited a lot from this trip to the Martial God Barracks. There was indeed a reason why the mysterious young man had guided him here. I got the Warm Sun Origin Jade. Xian Yuan Gu, and the others can be saved. However, I don't know what happened in my world. Lin Ling was excited as he set foot on his journey again. He recalled his journey to the Martial God Barracks and the competition in the Martial God Barracks. Then, he became a commander. All of this was extremely rare. A day later, Lin Ling arrived at the place where he had first arrived. The two mysterious guardians were still sitting on top of the two mountains. When they saw Lin Ling, they were shocked. "Did you succeed in going to the Martial God Barracks?" The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Lin Ling came from the North Territory like him. Therefore, he had a deep impression of Lin Ling. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have become a member of the Martial God Barracks." Lin Ling quickly bowed. The two of them treated him with sincerity, so he was very polite. That's good. I thought you would fail. I wanted to guide you to the South Territory to gain experience before going to the Martial God Barracks. I didn't expect you to exceed our expectations." The other old man stroked his beard and said, "However, you seem to have gained a lot in the Martial God Barracks. I remember that you were a rank 4 Martial Emperor. Now, you have reached rank 6 Martial Emperor. Not bad, not bad. Since you've already become a member of the Martial God Battalion, then spread out your divine Qi concealment art. I'll see if I can give you some pointers and improve your boundary essence." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling kindly and said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction and said, "Because you have improved by 2 ranks, if you have someone to guide you, it is possible for your boundary essence to be converted to 20%. It turned out that he saw that Lin Ling's cultivation had improved, so he wanted to help Lin Ling improve his boundary essence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the two of them narrowed their eyes. They sensed that Lin Ling had converted 20% of his boundary essence. This guy. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. His cultivation had improved, and his boundary essence was it not enough? They didn't know how that guy cultivated. "Looks like you don't need our guidance. However, you want to return to your hometown, right? Before that, you must cultivate the realm search technique because the myriad of worlds is vast, and it won't be easy to find your hometown." A jade slip appeared in the old man's right hand, and he tossed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was Lin Lin Lin, was Lin Ling Lin Ling. However, he still Lin's Lin quickly and in the chaos of the universe, boundary essence is everywhere. You have to be able to travel the universe and use the boundary essence in your body to find your hometown. However, when you become a true boundary lord, you won't have to go through so much trouble. Because when you become a boundary lord, you can call the wind and summon the rain in such a weak world. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. He pointed with his right hand, and the scene of a world appeared in front of him. He didn't know which world it was, but compared to Lin Ling world, the strength of the cultivators in that world was obviously stronger. "I want wind, so there is wind." The middle-aged man's face became serious and domineering. Whoosh! In that world, the wind was raging. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying strength! "I want rain, so there is rain." The middle-aged man waved his hand indifferently. Whoosh! In that world, a torrential downpour was falling, causing the cultivators of that world to tremble in fear. This was the power of a boundary lord. "I want wind, so there's wind. I want rain, so there is rain." Lin Ling muttered to himself. His left eye kept flashing. Faintly, he suddenly understood what a boundary lord was. A boundary lord controlled the boundary essence and could summon all the laws of heaven and earth. He could even change the laws. He could call for wind and rain. Not bad. You have already comprehended it. Now, try practicing the world's searching technique. The old man reminded him. Thank you, seniors, for your reminder. Lin Ling was grateful. This was a kind of guidance on the martial arts realm. The guidance seemed simple, but it was broad and profound. If he understood it, he understood it. If he didn't, he would never understand it. Don't thank us. This is your opportunity. The two seniors looked at him with admiration. Lin Ling hurriedly practiced the world's searching technique. After a full 2 hours, he raised his head and his eyes lit up. Seniors, I have found my home. That's fast. It seems that we have underestimated your comprehension. The two seniors narrowed their eyes. The first time they had practiced the world's searching technique, they had spent a full year. The fastest they had seen had taken 3 days. However, Lin Ling had taken 2 hours. This meant that Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe had surpassed everyone. It seems that we have underestimated you again. However, you must be in a hurry to go home. Go on. Then, the two of them waved their hands at Lin Ling, looked at the black hole behind him, and strode in. He began to comprehend in his heart. He was searching for the way home in the myriad of worlds. The comprehension ability of the myriad elephant demonic eyes is really abnormal. Lin Ling knew that his original comprehension ability was definitely not that strong. It was the effect of the myriad elephant demonic eyes. Myriad elephant demonic eyes could see through everything and even the origin of the universe. Let's try practicing the Black Sword Record. A book appeared in Lin Ling demonic eyes. He was reading the book as he strolled along the path of the martial god. The Black Sword Record was a world origin martial art from the sword world. It was an extremely famous sword technique in the sword world. It had been used by the Sword Emperor and had become famous for a while. Why can I only see the first stage? Then Lin Ling demonic eyes was puzzled. The first stage of the Black Sword Record was called 10 years to sharpen a sword. This was the most basic world origin martial art. Its purpose was to allow the cultivator to be more familiar with their own world origin. The only effect of this move was to block the attacks of experts and increase the cultivator's world origin by 10%. Lin Ling demonic eyes currently had 20% world origin. However, with this move, his world origin sword could reach 30%. On the path of the martial god, the young man cultivated as he walked. It was as if he was strolling in the universe. When he appeared in a new world, the aura on his body changed. Sometimes it was sharp, sometimes it was calm, sometimes it was like an ordinary person. However, if there was an expert here, they would definitely notice that the young man's body was filled with an aura. That was the power of a world. The young man seemed to be engrossed in the book. He held the book and walked along the yellow road step by step. Shockingly, this was the border of Xianpeng region. The passers-by looked at the young man in surprise. They did not expect the young man to be so engrossed in reading. The world is chaotic now. If someone like him reads a book while walking, he will be unlucky if he meets an expert. Many people secretly shook their heads. However, at this time, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard on the road. A wedding procession was moving along the road. It was extremely lively. However, if one looked carefully, the wedding procession looked like a group of ordinary people getting married. However, everyone there had unfathomable strength. Chapter 22:16. A sudden change. Last time, I heard that someone was going to marry a bride and took her around the black origin, black yellow, and even the ghost realm and devil realm. Is it to let the whole world know about that marriage? Who is the bridegroom? What a bold move. I don't know. I heard that he's from the nation of God. As for the bride, I heard that she's a beauty from Xianpeng province. Her name is Lu Susu. I've heard that Lu Susu is the disciple of the 7 emperors and one of the top 10 beauties in Xianpeng province. However, she seems to be very close to Lin Ling. Could it be that the groom is Lin Ling? Dream on. I heard even Lin Ling is in favor of this marriage. He's very close with the people from a nation of God. That's just a rumor. Lin Ling is the reincarnation of Xianxia. How could he be a dog of the nation of God? The people on the roadside started to talk about it. Some people who didn't know anything were listening to others curiously. At this moment, the handsome young man finally put away his book and looked ahead with a frown. The profiteer is getting married? I actually agreed. What's going on? The young man mumbled to himself. He was Lin Ling. What happened while I was away? Lin Ling's face became slightly solemn. He sensed that something seemed to have happened to the three mysteries of Immortal World. However, he had spent an entire year cultivating in the martial gods' barracks, and he had spent close to half a year cultivating in the other areas. This meant that the battle of creation had yet to begin. The battle of creation had yet to begin, but the world was already in chaos. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Furthermore, when Lin Ling left in the past, the extreme young god Monarch, Fire Cloud god Monarch, the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master, and the 400 million great demon monarchs, these ancient giants had all disappeared without a trace like stray dogs. Now they had resurfaced. However, even if they came out of the water, the mortal world had Grandma One Dao, the little saint, and his 3 disciples. Those enemies would not dare to be arrogant. Could it be that the strength of those ancient giants had greatly increased with the help of the stone sculptures left behind by Li Xiaoyao? Shaking his head, Lin Ling wasn't anxious for the time being because he sensed that there must be some secret hidden within. What's more, he was already back. A day earlier or a day later wouldn't change anything. He simply walked along the yellow path. Not long after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. Although the city was grand, Lin Ling had traveled extensively all these years, so he was used to it. On the contrary, stepping on the soil of his hometown made Lin Ling feel nostalgic. This was his hometown and also his territory. After entering the city, it was extremely lively. What surprised Lin Ling was that in this spacious city, there were actually experts of the Devil Clan everywhere. Moreover, there were ghostly winds blowing from time to time. There were even many experts of the Ghost Clan. One had to know that when Lin Ling left, the Ghost Clan, the Devil Clan, and the Divine Clan were all enemies with the Human Clan. That Lu Susu is about to get married. She just passed by this city. Now that she has finally finished exploring the mortal world, it's really impressive. Indeed, it's just a marriage, but the news is spread throughout the various clans. Lu Susu's reputation is really big. The city was still talking about the marriage that caused a sensation in the entire world. Lin Ling smiled and casually found a group of people. He leaned forward and asked, "Who is the groom?" To be able to marry a beauty like Lu Susu, the groom should not be simple. It is said that he is the 13th prince of the Fire Cloud Empire of the Nation of God. His origin is not simple. As for the others, a man of about 40 years old, looked at Lin Ling and laughed. The others also laughed, which made Lin Ling even more puzzled. That 13th prince is an idiot. Out of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, only one of them is left. Finally, the man laughed and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. If it was an ordinary idiot, with the strength of the Fire Cloud Empire, they would definitely be able to cure him. However, with the incomplete soul, there was no way. However, Lu Susu was actually married to an idiot? This was a great humiliation for Lu Susu. Lu Susu's origin is not small either. That Fire Cloud Empire's divine king doesn't seem to have the ability to let Lu Susu marry, right? Lin Ling asked again and took out a wine and threw it to the man beside him. The man sniffed and saw that the wine was extremely fragrant. He quickly drank it in a big gulp, and after feeling carefree, he laughed and said, "Of course, Lu Susu is Lin Ling's woman. Who in the entire mortal world doesn't know that?" However, this matter was personally agreed to by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. He agreed? In the great battle a year ago, Lin Ling shook hands and made peace with the Sun God King and unified the world with them. The man looked into the distance and said, recalling the earth-shattering battle. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked again. He sensed that this matter hid a secret that no one knew. He frowned and asked, It is said that Lin Ling and the Sun God King are not on good terms. How can they shake hands and make peace? This matter must be fake. Moreover, even if Lin Ling agreed, his disciples and friends wouldn't agree. That's for sure. However, Lin Ling was stubborn. Those who opposed were all punished by him. Even his grandfather had an arm cut off by him. Yes, half a year ago, that battle alarmed the three realms. It can only be said that Lin Ling has changed. In order to become stronger, he has already lost his principles. Pitiful. Those who followed Lin Ling in the past are now either killed or imprisoned. The people all around side. In the past, Lin Ling was the most worshipped king in the human world. But now Lin Ling had changed. He had become cruel and ruthless. He didn't even recognize his own family. I heard that the Sun God King and the others reached an agreement with Lin Ling. There's a way to let Lin Ling enter the martial god world. That's why Lin Ling did this. Someone said. At this moment, Lin Ling stood there quietly. However, his face became colder and colder. A chill that penetrated into the heart spread out from his body. His subordinates were dead? Even if they weren't dead, they were in prison, and his grandfather's arm was cut off. Most importantly, that person was himself? What the hell happened? Who was controlling all of this behind the scenes? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body, causing everyone on the street to suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at Lin Ling had already disappeared. So strong. I thought he was just an ordinary martial artist. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the sky and suddenly had a feeling that something big was going to happen among the three mysterious of the human world. Earlier, after he heard about Lin Ling's actions, he released a terrifying aura. Could it be that he wants to go against the world's carelessness and take action? But this handsome young man looks very familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. I have the same feeling. I almost asked because I felt that he was the legendary number 1 genius of the human world, Lin Ling. Chapter 22:17. The whirlpool hidden in the dark at this moment. Lin Ling was walking towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. His face was as cold as ice. His mind was in a mess. This was because one of his grandfather's arms had been cut off. Who was so bold? Moreover, his 3 disciples, Taoists came, martial god Xianxia, and the others were all there. The other party could still cause a huge commotion. This meant that the enemy's background was not small. Most importantly, Grandma Wendao was also there. That senior was someone Lin Ling could not see through. However, Grandma Wendao did not do anything about this. This was too strange. Lin Ling believed that if there was really a fake Lin Ling, Grandma Wendao would definitely be able to see through it, and she would stop it. Therefore, there was only one reason why Grandma Wendao did not stop it. She was not here. As for the reason, Lin Ling had already guessed it. An existence that even Grandma Wendao was afraid of must have appeared. So she left. And this kind of existence usually only appeared in the martial god realm. This meant that an expert from the martial god realm had arrived. One had to know that the path of the martial god realm could not be entered without a world origin realm expert. But an expert from the martial god realm could easily enter. I don't care who you are, but since you dare to behave atrociously in my territory, you will stay here forever. Lin Ling's body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. He had not had such a murderous aura for a long time, because the other party had touched his reverse scale. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred ground was extremely lively. Looking around, other than the human race, there were also experts from the demon race, ghost race, and even the deity race. It was as if they lived here, talking and laughing. A huge stone statue sat on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Ling's stone statue. However, a large number of people were kneeling around the stone statue, and those people were Lin Ling's subordinates. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were covered in blood, but their eyes were filled with determination. They had been kneeling for half a year. They were punished by Lin Ling. Half a year ago, Lin Ling planned to join forces with the Sun God King and other experts, but these people were all against it. Even Lin Ling's grandfather and the others were against it. Unfortunately, any opposition was stopped, and those who disagreed were killed. The legendary Lin Ling had even chopped off his grandfather's arm in front of everyone. This action was extremely shocking, because in the hearts of some people, they knew that Lin Ling seemed to have left this world. Although they didn't know where he went, his temperament had changed greatly after he returned. He was cruel, merciless, and proud and complacent. Unfortunately, even though Lin Ling had changed, Lin Ling was still their benefactor. Therefore, they did not dare to attack Lin Ling. They could only kneel here forever until they died. Idiots, Lin Ling is still your benefactor, but you don't listen to his orders. However, these idiots are still loyal. Even if they oppose Lin Ling, they don't dare to overthrow Lin Ling. They can only kneel to make Lin Ling change his mind. Unfortunately, who can change Lin Ling's decision? A large number of people jeered in the distance. On the ground, the former Starry Left Court Palace, Flame Left Court Palace, and Lord Watamist were all kneeling there. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. They didn't believe that Lin Ling had changed. The youth of the past had risen step by step, leading them to roam the world, creating endless glory and pride. It had made them follow Lin Ling for their entire lives. But now, they had been abandoned by Lin Ling. It was impossible for them to guess what Lin Ling was thinking. Lin Ling had even told them that they were too weak and weren't qualified to be Lin Ling's subordinates. How had their king become like this? Rumble. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a wedding procession. Lu Susu and the others are back. Starting from the Rainforest Sacred Land, they went to the three mysteries, Ghost Realm, Demon Realm, and the Nation of Gods. They have finally returned to the starting point. Now, I'm afraid everyone knows about the marriage. I heard that the 13th Prince of the Fire Cloud Empire has arrived and is ready to pick up the bride. Many people stared at the sky and said with respect. Those who were kneeling on the ground raised their heads at this moment, but there was a strong sense of sarcasm in their eyes. Although this was a marriage that Lin Ling had personally agreed to, it was a joke to bring Lu Susu to various regions for a marriage. Moreover, the person Lu Susu was going to marry was an idiot. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? Hall Master Lu, it's been hard on you, Lord Watamist and the others said in a low voice. They knew that Lu Susu was marrying that idiot for their sake, because Lin Ling had said that if Lu Susu didn't marry him, then Lord Watamist and the others would die. Congratulations. Congratulations. After the procession landed on the ground, a large number of people in luxurious clothes came out from the imperial city behind the huge stone statue. Their auras were unfathomable, and they were all martial emperors. One of the men who was dressed as a prince smiled and said, "You've worked hard." Ironically, there was a young man who was dressed in a red groom's robe beside him. However, his eyes were lifeless, and he was smiling foolishly. His saliva was flowing like a stream, causing the robe to be covered in saliva. This young man was the 13th Prince of the Fire Cloud Empire. Many people looked at the idiot and couldn't help but shake their heads. They secretly sympathized with Lu Susu. This was a flower that was stuck in cow dung. Prepare to bring the bride back to the Fire Cloud Empire, the prince said with a smile as he looked at the bridal sedan in front of him. The people around the bridal sedan also had joyous expressions on their faces. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that the two great war kings from the Xinhuang region were actually personally escorting the bridal sedan. Right now, they were also wearing flattering smiles on their faces, which made one feel extremely disgusted. As for the bridal sedan, a woman was sitting quietly. She was wearing a wind crown, but her beautiful eyes were extremely lifeless. She was Lu Susu. When she knew that Lin Ling had ordered her to marry the 13th Prince of the Fire Cloud Empire, she was also shocked. She even thought that Lin Ling was fake. Unfortunately, after a series of earth-shattering battles, many people were certain that Lin Ling was the real deal. However, she and Lin Ling had been friends for life and death many times. Why would Lin Ling betray her? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know her heart? Unfortunately, after Lin Ling had issued the order, she had personally asked Lin Ling why he did this. However, Lin Ling's answer was that she wasn't worthy. This meant that she, Lu Susu, wasn't worthy of Lin Ling. This made Lu Susu's heart turn to ashes. She recalled the first time she met the young man. At that time, the young man was still very weak. Out of curiosity, she helped the young man. Even back then, when a law overlord of the Seven Emperors almost killed Lin Ling, it was she who risked her life to ask her master for help and save Lin Ling. But now, she realized that she was wrong. When a person reaches the apex of a world, they would be able to call for the wind and rain for the rain. They're just women, and they're just to be used. She had comforted herself many times that Lin Ling hadn't changed. He still valued relationships and was still firm in his principles. Chapter 22:18. The real and fake Lin Ling. Lin Ling, is that really you? Lu Susu's beautiful eyes looked through the window of the palanquin. Her Hongyan fingernails had scratched her palm. However, beside the magnificent stone statue outside, a large number of people were kneeling there, proving that Lin Ling had changed. People change. Lu Susu revealed a sad but beautiful smile. Her dream had been shattered like a bubble today. Return to the godly kingdom. At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside the palanquin. The wedding procession beat the drums and gongs again and flew towards the sky. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot over like an arrow. Then, under countless gazes, it actually pierced through the stone statue that represented glory and pride. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the stone statue, and soon after, it collapsed. Seeing this, the entire city went silent. That stone statue represented Lin Ling, someone destroyed Lin Ling's pride. Crazy. That person must be crazy. Lin Ling was cooperating with the Sun God King and other ancient giants. His identity was already at the Realm Lord level. How dare you destroy our king's statue? After a short moment of silence, angry roars came one after another. Other than Lord Shui Wu and the others who were kneeling, a large number of warriors rushed out from around the imperial city. These people were also Lin Ling's subordinates. Some were new. Some had followed him for many years. At this moment, they were undoubtedly furious. As for the king representing the Fire Cloud Empire, he also frowned. Although he didn't know who came, today was a joyous day for the Fire Cloud Empire. The person who came was so arrogant. This was a slap to the Fire Cloud Empire's face. Moreover, the human realm was now under their control. How dare a traitor be so arrogant? Kill. The king waved his hand coldly. Kill. Tear him into pieces. At the imperial city, a large number of warriors flew over. Shui Wu and the others were extremely shocked. Now, no one dared to resist Lin Ling, but that mysterious person dared to. Who was he? However, when they saw the martial artists pouncing over, their faces immediately dimmed. Many of those people were their allies, but after the nation of God gave them huge benefits, they all went against their principles. They had attacked their own people. They had committed all kinds of crimes. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for this. Since their king, Lin Ling, had done this, their subordinates would naturally follow suit. I don't know why this place is so foul, but you still have one more chance. Don't lose your principles in your heart. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice came from the front. The voice carried a sigh and sympathy. You're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. Unfortunately, those who had already lost their principles couldn't care less. They only wanted to kill the intruder. I've seen many of you before, and there are also some I haven't. However, we fought under the same banner in the past, so we're brothers. However, brothers are brothers. If you violate your principles and go against your conscience, then you still have to be punished. Although I don't want to see the blood of my brothers, I'm sorry. You've been blinded. Therefore, as your brothers, I can only send you to hell. Under everyone's gaze, a figure finally flew over from the sky. This person floated in the distance and looked down at the ground like a god of death. His face was filled with regret, anger, and indifference. He slowly put on a black robe and took out a black handkerchief to tie around his eyes. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. Everyone heard this sentence, but they also sensed a terrifying, murderous intent erupting. Unfortunately, those powerhouses who pounced over had ferocious expressions. They used to be Lin Ling's men, but now that the world was peaceful, they were also founding fathers of the nation. They also fought for themselves. Anyone who dared to infringe on their interests would be killed without mercy. Rumble. Like a swarm of locusts, the crowd swarmed toward the mysterious person in the distance. How terrifying. Rumor has it that Lin Ling's men are powerful. His subordinates are all unafraid of death. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. Unfortunately, these people can't differentiate between good and bad. They're cruel and heartless. You can only blame Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling's fault for indulging them. Many people thought to themselves, then sighed softly. They knew that the mysterious person was already dead. This was because today's incident was not uncommon. Unfortunately, everyone who dared to resist was all dead. Let's go. As for the Marquis from the nation of God, he waved his hand lightly, thinking that the ant in front of him had been torn to pieces. However, just as he took a step forward, the tide of people in front of him erupted with a thunderous rumble. Laws seemed to gush out endlessly. Boom! It was like the explosion of the beginning of the world. The crowd was blown apart, and blood rained down from the sky. Almost 100,000 people there were wiped out in an instant. A black-robed figure walked out coldly. His eyes were still covered by a black cloth, but the black cloth was also dyed red with blood. This caused the mysterious black-robed man to have a pained expression on his face. It was as if killing those people was something he didn't want to see. However, the sky was filled with smoke. Sometimes, even if he didn't want to, he still had to use his hands to wipe it away. On the path of a warrior's growth, there were still some things that he had to face. Only in this way could he truly grow. How dare you? You actually killed them. Everyone was shocked, but soon, even more furious roars erupted from below the imperial city. The rainforest sacred land has been through countless storms. What haven't we seen before? Today, it's not your turn to behave atrociously. In the past, we followed King Lin Ling and fought all over the world. So, even if you're a god, you'll fall here today. More powerful people rushed over, their faces ferocious, and their murderous auras were monstrous. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. Don't force me. At this moment, the young man shouted again and stepped into the void, allowing more people to see his appearance clearly. Suddenly, the entire rainforest sacred land exploded like thunder. Because that person was very familiar. Because that person was the #1 genius of the human world. Because that person had created countless miracles and was the pride of the human race. He was Lin Ling. On the ground, those who knelt down all widened their eyes. Below the imperial city, the prince of a nation of God frowned slightly. As for Lu Susu, who was in the sedan chair, she was stunned. Was that Lin Ling? Where did this rascal come from? How dare he impersonate me? Lin Ling. He's got guts. Kill him. However, at this moment, an extremely majestic voice rang out from within the imperial city. However, everyone could tell that the voice came from Lin Ling. There were 2 Lin Ling in front of them. One was in the imperial city, and the other was in the sky ahead. Was this a dream? Chapter 22:19. The mysterious blue-robed young man kill. The martial artists who were charging forward roared angrily again. They did not believe that the person who had come was Lin Ling. They had seen the real Lin Ling before. His strength was at the peak of the ancient era. Rumble. The martial artists charged forward again and unleashed their terrifying strength. Many of them were at rank 1 martial emperor realm. Be careful, Lu Susu shouted when she saw the terrifying scene. Although she did not believe that the person who had come was Lin Ling, she hoped that Lin Ling had not changed. She hoped that the man she loved was still an indomitable expert. Even if his body was crushed, he would not give up his principles and would not abandon his family and friends. Sir, don't worry about us. Please leave this place as soon as possible. Lord Shui Wu and the others shouted from the ground. In their hearts, the young man in the past was bright and sunny. No matter how strong he became, he would never look down on his friends. He would never change. Therefore, when they looked at the person who had come, they felt like they were looking at the weak young man of the past. They felt like they were looking at a young man who would fight for his family and friends. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. At that moment, the deep voice came from the sky again. The killing intent on the black-robed young man's face was even more intense. He slowly put on the black cloth and covered his eyes. In fact, he already knew that even if he came back, not many people would believe him. That was because the person behind this should have made sufficient preparations. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to use his blood to wake these people up. Heaven's way. He waved his right hand, and white flames shot out. They turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation and floated in the sky. Brother, I don't care who you are, and I don't care how close we are. We were brothers in the past, and we will always be brothers today. Have a safe journey, Lin Ling said coldly. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky began to clean up the smoky sky. The martial artists who had charged at Lin Ling could not control themselves and flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. Seeing this, the entire land fell silent. In just a few breaths of time, another 100,000 people disappeared from the sky, forever entering the cycle of reincarnation, dying in the rainforest sacred land. The rainforest sacred land had weathered countless storms, but had never fallen. Today, with the fall of the stone statue, the rainforest sacred land's glory was no longer there. Under the gazes of countless people, the young man whose black robe was dyed red with blood had finally appeared on the ground. He was very quiet. Not a single word was spoken. However, everyone's heart was extremely oppressed, especially the prince of the Fire Cloud Empire. His brows were tightly knitted as he finally spat out a sentence coldly. Who are you? However, the young man didn't say anything. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but in just a few steps, he arrived in front of the prince. I am Lin Ling. The young man reached out with one hand. It looked like an ordinary move, but it carried the aura of the universe. The Marquis was at the 7th level martial emperor realm. However, he could not fight back at all. His neck was grabbed in an instant. Who are you? The prince was alarmed. How could this person be so strong? I said, I am Lin Ling. The young man's voice was extremely cold. Without waiting for the Marquis to speak, his hands slightly tightened, and the Marquis' neck was crushed. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that there were many experts standing beside the Marquis. However, at this moment, they were all motionless. They felt that they couldn't move, as if they had met the will of heaven, causing them to be unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. The young man took another step forward and arrived in front of the idiotic 13th Marquis. You want to marry Lu Susu? The young man said indifferently. The 13th Marquis was still smiling foolishly, unaware of the danger that was about to befall him. Although you are innocent, you shouldn't have come here because the water is deep. Therefore, I will send you to reincarnation. The young man's eyes became even colder. How dare you? Do you know who he is? He is the son of the Fire Cloud Supreme Being. The surrounding people finally spoke. Could it be that the young man dared to kill the 13th Marquis? The Sun Supreme Being and the Fire Cloud Supreme Being are only doing this to humiliate me, Lin Ling. However, their methods are too despicable. If they really want to kill me, Lin Ling, they can just attack me. Why implicate my people? The young man coldly spat out a sentence. With a wave of his sleeve, the 13th Marquis collapsed. His only soul seemed to have been shattered. However, everyone could see that the 13th Marquis died with a smile on his face. Perhaps he was born idiot, so he died with a smile. Or perhaps he didn't want to be used as a tool, so he died. He felt relieved. Dead. The son of the Fire Cloud Supreme Being is dead. The crowd's heart trembled violently. They didn't expect the mysterious young man to be so decisive in killing. Interesting. In order to impersonate me, he even used the Yellow Springs flame. However, there is only one real Lin Ling. At this moment, a gigantic samsara circle suddenly appeared in the sky. It collided with another samsara circle and devoured the first samsara circle. Then, a young man in a long white robe walked out of the imperial city with proud steps. His long hair fluttered, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. He had delicate features, and an indifferent smile hung on his face. He was none other than Lin Ling. The reason why the surrounding people did not recognize the black-robed Lin Ling was because of the blue-robed Lin Ling. As such, two Lin Ling appeared. It was hard to tell which was the real one. As for the blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky, he looked down at the young man on the ground from above. Because I'm too dazzling, you want to impersonate me? Unfortunately, your martial arts are not up to par. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs flame is too weak. I wonder if your nomological laws have reached 150 million? However, since you impersonated me, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. His voice seemed to command the wind and clouds, looking down on the world. My lord, cheers erupted from all around. Everyone was in high spirits because they had all witnessed the blue-robed Lin Ling's strength. They all believed that the blue-robed Lin Ling was the real deal. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the blue-robed young man in the sky. His left eye quietly appeared, and he was shocked. This was because this impersonator was not weak. He actually had a realm origin seed. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw through his origin and discovered that he was only one of his avatars. This person must have come from the martial god realm. However, as for why he was impersonating him, he would only know after fighting him. You said that you were the real Lin Ling. Then you should know what Lin Ling's reverse scale is? Lin Ling said indifferently. This I don't know. May I ask what it is? The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky shrugged. I don't know why you're here. I don't know what your goal is, but you've done something wrong. You've touched my reverse scale. Because my reverse scale is my family, friends, and brothers. Even if you're a martial god from the martial god realm. As long as you dare to touch them, I'll kill you. Whoosh! Lin Ling drew the ancient sword on his back and pointed it at the sky. Chapter 22:20. No one believed it. So, this is the reverse scale. Now I know, but so what if I touched it? The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled. In fact, you're just a stray dog to me. However, I'm surprised that you seem to think of yourself as Lin Ling. He waved his right hand, and a majestic ancient sword appeared in his hand. You dare to impersonate me? Do you think others will believe you just because of your mouth? I, Lin Ling, am the realm lord of this world. Boom! Accompanied by his cold shout, a turbulent aura surged out like a tsunami. The godly demon body had descended. Left god, right demon. Lord Lin Ling. Looking at the god-devil body, everyone shouted excitedly. Great creation! The blue-robed youth shouted again, and the space around the ancient sword shattered. Seeing this, Lin Ling was shocked. This person actually knew all of his martial arts. This guy's methods were indeed powerful. However, the anger in his heart burned even more. The other party forced Lu Susu to marry an idiot and made Lu Susu sit in a sedan chair and wander around the world. This undoubtedly made everyone laugh at Lu Susu. The other party killed many of his subordinates. The other party even cut off one of his grandfather's arms. In this world, I, Lin Ling, have spilled countless blood and my countless footprints. You say you're Lin Ling, and you're Lin Ling? Lin Ling took a step and shot into the sky. With the tyrant's song in his hand, he slashed fiercely. Oh, you're angry with just a few words. The real Lin Ling won't be so reckless. You're still too inexperienced. The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and also rushed towards Lin Ling. Two swords, two figures, one black and one blue, with the same silhouette and the same face. Under countless gazes, they finally clashed crazily. Rumble. The swords collided, and a terrifying spatial law swept out, forming a turbulent spatial storm. Those who had not reached the martial emperor realm and were close to it were directly torn to pieces. This was the battle of the human realm's number one sovereign. So powerful, that black-robed Lin Ling also knows spatial law. The crowd in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Shui Wu and the others on the ground narrowed their eyes. They suddenly had a feeling that the black-robed Lin Ling might be the real one. Although the blue-robed Lin Ling had already proven himself and was very similar to Lin Ling in every aspect, there was one thing that was different. Lin Ling was a sentimental person. The real Lin Ling was someone who would kill for his family and friends. The blue-robed Lin Ling obviously couldn't do that. Could it be that he's the real Lin Ling? Lu Susu also walked out of the bridal sedan. Her eyes were moist. Perhaps she had always believed that the man had never changed. Even if he had returned from hell, even if he had turned into a killing god, there would always be a peaceful place in his heart. That was the place he wanted to protect. You're quite capable. However, I, Lin Ling, have dominated this world, defeated countless experts, and won endless glory. That pride is not something that you can take away with just a few words. Crack! After the swords collided, the blue-robed Lin Ling let out a cold voice. The abominable thing was that he had taken everything from Lin Ling, but in his words, it was Lin Ling who coveted all his glory. On the other side, Lin Ling looked through the tyrannical song sword and looked at the mysterious man in front of him at a close distance. Very similar. Everything was very similar. However, the real him was not as despicable as him. If you want to prove yourself, then ask the world. The blue-robed Lin Ling activated the underworld flames, causing the number of laws to reach 100 million, and swept towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression changed. He was unable to react in time and was immediately hit by the powerful laws. If his godly demon body had not been greatly improved, he would have been injured by the sword. Whoosh! From the sky, Lin Ling was suppressed. His body flew back flat on the ground. In the end, his sword stabbed into the ground to stop the terrifying momentum. Sure enough, the blue-robed Lin Ling is the real master. That fake can't even withstand a single blow. Trash, you actually deceived us. Many people seem to have figured out who the real Lin Ling was and immediately shouted sarcastically. The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky seemed to enjoy the sounds of worship around him. He tilted his head and said with a smile, "Trash, trash." Following his words, there were even more noises coming from the surroundings. You're pretending to be Master Lin Ling. You want to die? If I were you, I would have killed myself already. You can pretend to be anyone, but pretending to be Lin Ling is your conscience eaten by a dog. Where are your teachers and your parents? Why did they teach you to be so shameless? Many familiar faces from the past also walked out at this moment. The two people at the front were surprisingly the matchless Sun and Moon Battle Kings from Champion University. The matchless Sun and Moon Battle Kings used to be one of the three legends of the human world. They were as famous as the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Seven Emperors. Later on, Lin Ling had risen, and they had immediately followed Lin Ling's lead. Lin Ling looked at them and burst into laughter. He didn't have any feelings for those people, but he had never thought that they would be the first ones to rebel against him. Nobody, do you believe me? Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spat out a sentence. After that, the world became silent, but very quickly, more people started laughing. Why should we believe you? Because of you. Nobody believed Lin Ling. In fact, in this world, strength was everything. Even if it was really Lin Ling, the blue-robed Lin Ling was much stronger. Subconsciously, they would believe the blue-robed Lin Ling. The same rice could raise 100 different kinds of people. In the past, when Lin Ling was strong, many people flattered him. However, when he was in decline, as long as there was a chance, people would want to trample on Lin Ling and enjoy the feeling of accomplishment. No matter what the reason was, Lin Ling seemed to have been abandoned by the world. In his hometown, nobody believed him. Lin Ling frowned. Indeed, nobody believed him. In the Guyan sect, I decided the future of the Guyan sect by myself. Gradually, the weak were taken care of by the strong. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, when the throne changed, I protected the Fire Ancient clan. In that storm, I protected everyone and even decided the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the rainforest's sacred land, enemies attacked. Celestial, venerable Su Xing wanted to destroy the world, and I protected this land with my life. It was also me who killed my enemy and returned everyone a peaceful home. Now, I have become an abandoned person. A soft voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. His voice had a hint of self-mockery. The crowd instantly quieted down. They seemed to have seen the youth of the past. With his perseverance and fighting spirit, he gradually reached the peak of the world. No matter how big the setbacks and storms were, he used his sword and flame to protect his hometown. This was a record of the growth of an expert. At that moment, many people's hearts were shaken. Lin Ling had sacrificed a lot for this land. Everyone knew how much blood and sweat. Nonsense. Chapter 22-21. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, we believe in you. Do you think anyone will believe in you? The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. I believe in him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a delicate voice echoed. Under countless gazes, Lu Susu walked towards Lin Ling. As she walked, she said, "This land belongs to him. He is the true realm lord. Because I feel that the land of my hometown is overjoyed because of his return. He is our king. I believe in him too." Those who were kneeling stood up one after another. These warriors were all emotional and had tears in their eyes. From Lin Ling's words, they saw the strong young man of the past. It was this young man who led them and made a name for themselves. Lord Lin Ling, Starry Sky Left Court Palace, return. Yes. Lord Lin Ling, Blazing Right Court Palace, return. Yes. These two palaces were Lin Ling's left and right hands. Many of them had followed Lin Ling since he was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Pack, pack, pack. They walked towards Lin Ling in an orderly manner, shocking the world. Did no one believe in Lin Ling? Did everyone abandon Lin Ling? However, they believed that they would still follow Lin Ling. All of you are crazy. Yes, Sun Yu Wushuang and Yu Wushuang were furious. Before this, no one believed Lin Ling, but now they did, and quite a few of them. His eyes can't fool anyone, Lu Susu said as she walked. Looking at the black-robed Lin Ling, her heart was moved. This was her man. Thank you. I said that I will protect you. I did in the past, now, and in the future. Lin Ling looked at Lu Susu emotionally. In fact, he didn't care if everyone abandoned him. Even if he walked alone in the dark, he wouldn't feel lonely. As long as he had family and friends in his heart, it was enough. Yes, the real Lin Ling would never abandon me. Lu Susu finally smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful. No matter how Lin Ling treated her, she didn't care, because she had said that she would protect him. That was enough. Now, you still dare to say that no one believes me? Retracting his smile, Lin Ling coldly looked at the mysterious young man in the sky. The young man's face was a little ugly. He originally wanted to see Lin Ling get abandoned, but the result was beyond his expectations. There's so few of you. You can't compare to me, the blue-robed young man said disdainfully. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and looked at the people in front of him. I've said it before. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. So, you have one more chance. Now, stand in line. A threat. This was a strong threat. One could imagine that if they still did not choose a team, then what awaited them would be a massacre. However, this threat was quickly met with mockery. Still, no one believed Lin Ling's words. I believe you. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Looking carefully, it was actually the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, Lin Ling's former enemy, was also the legend of Yungu Immortal Platform. But from a certain point of view, she was also Lin Ling's grand disciple, because her master was Yungu Martial God. But now, she actually believed Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, do you want to betray the sect? The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky suddenly shouted. This Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wanted to humiliate him. I don't dare. It's just that I'm too familiar with the real Lin Ling. Although he kills decisively in his life he has never killed an innocent person, let alone his family and friends. Only his enemies think of him as a killing god. But you have killed too many innocent people for fun. So, I feel that you are not like Lin Ling. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother walked out step by step, looking at the blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky. Very well, you will be the first to die later. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. I also believe in him. Another person walked out. It was the former Fire Clan Emperor, Huao, and beside him was Princess Wuxia. Huao smiled faintly and said, Blue-robed Lin Ling, although your strength seems stronger than the black-robed Lin Ling, the real Lin Ling is not afraid of any strong enemy. His strength is not as good as yours, but he dares to face you. So, I believe that he is Lin Ling. I also believe in the black-robed Lin Ling. Maybe it's because I believe in the death god. More people walked out. They were the stone deities of Xianxia. Acquaintances, brothers, and friends who had fought side by side in the past. They all walked out. In an instant, the two sides formed two great forces. Of course, the blue-robed Lin Ling side was stronger because there were experts from the Ghost Clan, Deity Clan, and Devil Clan on his side. As for the human experts, they still didn't know who the real Lin Ling was, but it was obvious that the blue-robed Lin Ling was stronger. So, they followed the blue-robed Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the people who walked over, and his heart warmed. These were friends, brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. In the past, we lived and died together, and it's still the same today. Mistress Shui Wu and the others looked at Lin Ling and said, this was also a gamble, and if they lost, then everyone would die. Ha, you're all so foolish. Follow me, and you will enjoy a boundless future, but follow the fake. You should know what the consequences are. At this time, the blue-robed Lin Ling laughed wildly. Only death awaits them. Warkingsri and Yu Shuang laughed gloomily as well. When they saw how confident they were, the others behind them roared with laughter as well. It was like they were watching the annihilation of the black-robed Lin Ling and the others. How interesting. Another Lin Ling has actually appeared. Meanwhile, ghastly winds blew, and then an enormous coffin smashed down. A pale-faced man sat on the coffin while a large number of ghosts fluttered around him. The heavenly coffin Grand Emperor. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was one of the 4 ghost emperors of the Ghost Clan, and he was an ancient titan. Lin Ling, I was just passing by and wanted to watch the show. However, you should be able to deal with your clan's problems, right? The man on the coffin smiled faintly. His words were actually an admission that the blue-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd flickered. An ancient titan had admitted it, so it was definitely not fake. It's just a small matter. I'm just regretful that many of my former comrades will die today. The blue-robed Lin Ling shrugged. He was obviously referring to Mistress Shui Wu and the others. Today, they would all die. That's good. Let me see how capable this fake fellow is. The man said again, he's just trash. The blue-robed Lin Ling shook his head and finally looked at the Lin Ling. Let's fight. Let's see who is the real Lin Ling and who is the trash. Bang! Along with his voice, a terrifying aura swept out, shaking the entire rainforest sacred land. Everyone saw the gigantic god and demon standing in the sky, as if they were indomitable. Chapter 22:22. Omnidirectional Suppression Sword Come. The blue-robed Lin Ling bellowed again. His ancient sword buzzed, causing a black hole to appear in the sky. It was full of spatial cracks. Moreover, there were white flames burning around his body. It was very cold. This was the underworld flame. At this moment, he had once again proved that he was Lin Ling. All of his techniques were extremely shocking and even terrifying. Even the eyes of the heavenly coffin Great Emperor narrowed. The blue-robed Lin Ling was really strong. He was definitely the real deal. Lin Ling, be careful. This person's strength has reached the rank 9 Martial Emperor realm. He has more than 150 million laws, and his space and fire laws are not weak. On the ground, Lord Shui Wu and the others looked solemn as they warned. In fact, Although they believed that the person in front of them was Lin Ling, the blue-robed youth in the sky was too terrifying. His techniques were exactly the same as Lin Ling's. The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. Lin Ling said indifferently as he flew towards the sky. "Loser, come and fight me." Looking at Lin Ling rushing towards him, the blue-robed Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The space laws formed a black line that cut through everything. This time, the blue-robed Lin Ling is obviously serious. That imposter will definitely not be able to block it. Many people secretly said. They knew that it was time to end everything. Looking at the identical sword technique, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. However, he was not surprised because he knew that it was the power of the realm origin energy. It used the realm origin energy to form the space laws and even the fire laws. This method could deceive others. But if it wanted to deceive Lin Ling, who came from a martial god realm, it was impossible. Great creation. Lin Ling also slashed out with his sword, forming a collision of spatial laws. It was like a collision of lightning. You're quite capable. You're more powerful than before. Looks like you've been hiding your strength. However, you're still too weak for me. Heavenly Law. The blue-robed youth stretched out his left hand. A white flame jumped and formed the scene of the Nine Serenities Hell. Enter Reincarnation. The heavenly Tao reincarnation had appeared, sealing everything away. This was clearly Lin Ling's signature fire attribute martial arts. Rumble. There were space laws in front of him and fire laws in the sky. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. Rumble. Incomparable fire element laws shrouded Lin Ling, dragging Lin Ling into the Six Paths reincarnation. Furthermore, the terrifying Six Paths reincarnation enveloped Lady Shui Wu and the others, dragging them into the Six Paths reincarnation as well. Obviously, they had made the wrong bet. How pitiful. You can't even differentiate between your own adults. Serves you right for entering the cycle of reincarnation. The crowd shook their heads when they saw this scene. At this point, they could already tell that the battle was over. No matter how they looked at it, the fake Lin Ling was no match for the blue-robed Lin Ling. 150 million Yellow Springs flame laws is indeed powerful. The Heavenly Coffin Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, on the ground, the faces of Lady Shui Wu, Lu Su Su, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother changed. Then they exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had indeed made the wrong bet. Regardless of whether the bet was wrong or not, I believe that he is Lin Ling. All I can say is that the blue-robed youth is stronger. Since we've lost the bet, let's follow Lord Lin Ling. Those people did not resist at all. They just stood there quietly, allowing the Six Paths reincarnation in the sky to suck them in. They were willing to accept their loss. However, at this moment, the huge Six Paths reincarnation in the sky suddenly stopped spinning. Moreover, an indifferent voice drifted out, "You don't have to follow me. I'm still alive, so you won't die either." Following that cold shout, another flame reincarnation appeared in the flame reincarnation in the sky. Moreover, that flame reincarnation was constantly expanding. With an unstoppable force, it crazily devoured the first Six Paths reincarnation. This scene caused the rainforest's sacred land to fall silent. This was reincarnation against reincarnation. Rumble. In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. Under countless gazes, the first Six Paths reincarnation exploded and was absorbed by a new reincarnation. At the same time, a black-robed figure walked out faintly. "This is your reincarnation? Too weak." Yes. That person was none other than the black-robed Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, the blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically. In fact, he came from the martial god realm, so he could easily control the laws of this realm. Moreover, he was above everyone. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin could actually break his law martial technique? This country bumpkin was too strange. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had returned from the martial god realm, he would not be so surprised. "You're no match for me when it comes to playing with fire." Yes. In the sky, Lin Ling stepped out step by step. Seeing this, Lord Watermist and the others became excited. Lin Ling had won the battle of the Yellow Springs Flame. As for the two battle monarchs, Sun and Moon Wushuang, they were a little worried. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling was the real one? Ha, you have some skills. It seems that I've underestimated you. Ha! At this moment, the blue-robed youth laughed wildly. Until now, he still did not take Lin Ling seriously. In fact, the reason he had pretended to be Lin Ling was for fun. Moreover, after meeting the real Lin Ling, he had even thought of making fun of him. The reason he had come here was because he had been invited by the Sun Divine Nation. That was because the Sun Divine Nation was originally a citizen of the martial god realm. They had just been demoted. To him, the Sun Divine Nation was just a branch of his race. Moreover, he had an even more important reason for coming here. He had come for Grandma Wen. However, so what if you're good at playing with fire? The real Lin Ling is not only good at the Tao of fire. Huh? The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling also smiled and retracted the 6 paths of reincarnation. This action shocked countless people because Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation was very strong. Lin Ling should have used his strongest move to defeat his opponent. However, Lin Ling had actually retracted his flames? What are you doing? The blue-robed Lin Ling also furrowed his brows. Lin Ling did not speak. He looked at Lu Su Su and the others on the ground and sighed softly. To prove it, and also to repay their trust. So, the blue-robed Lin Ling asked suspiciously, I'm going to crush you in every field and tell them that I'm the real Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but it also carried a strong sense of pride. His body swept towards the blue-robed Lin Ling. At this moment, he finally revealed his abilities. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was all over. This was his world. No one was allowed to behave atrociously here. Godfiend. A roar came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The real Godfiend body finally appeared behind him. It was as if it could swallow mountains and rivers, and the Godfiend roared. So you're playing close combat. However, you're too confident in yourself. Chapter 22-23. Get what you want, do whatever you want, boom. He also unleashed his godly demon body. 2 gods and 2 demons collided in an earth-shattering collision. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. The things I've seen are beyond your imagination. The blue-robed Lin Ling shouted coldly. He didn't believe that a martial artist from a small world could shake him. This was a joke. Boom. However, he knew that this wasn't a joke in the next moment. His fist had just collided with Lin Ling's fist, but his fist was instantly shattered. His bones also made cracking sounds. His entire arm was crippled. What a powerful force. The blue-robed Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. God's palm. However, before he could react, a palm that seemed to cover the sky overbearingly and landed on his face. It directly knocked out his teeth and bent his chin. As for the palm that collided with Lin Ling's, it was directly destroyed. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a violent god of war, destroying everything in his path. Boom! When Lin Ling kicked out fiercely, the blue-robed Lin Ling smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Seeing this, everyone in the rainforest's holy land felt their hearts explode. Berserk, truly berserk. That was the true, godly demon body. Countless eyes stared at the black-robed Lin Ling in the sky. At this moment, their hearts trembled as if they were looking at the king of godly demons. Boom! However, at this moment, the ground rumbled and a figure quickly shot into the sky. It was the blue-robed Lin Ling. However, his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Although he had suffered a heavy blow earlier, with his strength, he could obviously recover from that kind of injury quickly. However, the injury in his heart from the humiliation could never be healed. He was a genius of the martial god realm, but he was humiliated by a country bumpkin. Lin Ling, does it hurt? While he was furious, Lin Ling suddenly sneered. He had personally called the blue-robed youth Lin Ling. Of course, this was obviously a form of sarcasm. I will kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling's face was extremely ferocious. He was actually injured by an ant from the lower realm. This was a huge humiliation. If you want to kill me, then come at me, trash. Lin Ling laughed again and returned the word trash to him. After he finished speaking, he didn't waste any more time and shot towards his opponent. His god-demon body once again erupted with a terrifying power. After cultivating in the martial god world, Lin Ling's celestial devil physique had reached the 8th grade divine rank, and his strength had reached 1,000 universes of force. As for the blue-robed Lin Ling, although he had imitated Lin Ling's fiend god physique, he had only imitated Lin Ling to the level before he went to the martial god world. Therefore, in terms of physical strength, he was no match for Lin Ling. Rumble. All of a sudden, the blue-robed Lin Ling was like a sandbag, being ruthlessly beaten by Lin Ling, from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. That earth-shattering collision caused everyone to widen their eyes, especially the two battle monarchs, unparalleled sun and unparalleled moon. Their mouths were agape. This was because the blue-robed Lin Ling that they looked up to was being completely abused. At this moment, they were suddenly afraid. If the blue-robed Lin Ling died, then their fates would be extremely miserable. Flames and physical strength, he was completely defeated. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling is the real deal? In the distance, the heavenly coffin great emperor frowned and said, "Enough." At this moment, the blue-robed Lin Ling shouted angrily and frantically retreated. He had never thought that he would lose to Lin Ling in both domains. "I will kill you with this sword." An ancient sword appeared in his hand, and he gathered all the spatial laws, turning it into the most dazzling sword, and slashed towards Lin Ling. Whoosh! Just as the sword slashed out, the sky was instantly split into two. It was so terrifying. Seeing this, the two battle monarchs were filled with anticipation. This sword should be able to turn defeat into victory. Kill me? You are too confident. At this moment, the tyrannical Song's sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Around the sword, spatial laws roared. His realm essence had been converted by 20%, causing his laws to be much stronger than before. This is not confidence, but your fire martial way and godly demon body are very powerful, but they can't kill me. I only need one sword to kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling let out a low shout. At this moment, his aura quietly changed. It was as if he was no longer pretending to be Lin Ling, but returning to his original self. Perhaps to him, this game of impersonation should end. You only need one sword to kill me? You're too optimistic. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. His long hair fluttered, and the space around him exploded, as if he had walked out from the void. And those spatial laws actually hid a trace of realm essence. This reminded him of the guidance of the two seniors before he entered the martial god realm. Ask for wind, ask for wind, ask for rain. When he became a true realm lord, this realm would be under his control. Wind, rain, come. I will do whatever I want. Shua, a dazzling sword light, like a line of death, ruthlessly slashed out. At this moment, Lin Ling's spatial laws had reached 150 million, and that terrifying sword directly broke the blue-robed youth's sword. Moreover, it revealed its sharpness and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. At this moment, the blue-robed young man's pupils constricted, and his heart fiercely skipped a beat. He could faintly see the birth of a world overlord. That kind of domineering aura only appeared in the martial god realm, and it even appeared in his senior. How could this be? How could a mere junior from a rural area know about realm essence? This must be a fluke or even an illusion. While he was still in shock, the sword light slashed over, enlarging in his eyes. It seemed to be telling him that this fake Lin Ling had reached the end of his arrogance. 3 great domains, physical body, fire, and sword, I will crush you in all aspects. Shua! The sword light was like the moon, causing a smear of scarlet blood to sprinkle down from the sky. The blue-robed Lin Ling was slashed alive, split in two. Seeing this, the earth became deathly silent. Dead. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling? However, all of this was possible because in the three great domains, the blue-robed Lin Ling had been completely defeated. Moreover, the blue-robed Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, but he still died. This meant that he was not the real Lin Ling. Put on. At this moment, many people directly knelt down in fright. They seemed to be on the wrong side, especially the unparalleled sun and moon battle monarch. Their faces were pale, and they directly shouted, "So you are the real Lin Ling, sorry. We were wrong before." Along with their voices, many people also shouted and begged for mercy. They did not expect the blue-robed youth to be so weak. He was actually completely defeated. As for the sky coffin great emperor in the distance, his expression was extremely serious. He also did not expect the black-robed Lin Ling to be the real lord. Looking at Lin Ling in the sky, Lady Watermist and the others were extremely excited. This was because this was the real Lin Ling, their king. They had made the right bet. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling had not changed. Even if the world changed, Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. Chapter 22-24. Thousand-faced young master, before this, we were deceived. We are innocent. The two battle kings hurriedly said, "I don't think you're innocent." To put it bluntly, strength decides everything. You think that blue-robed Lin Ling is stronger, so you're standing on his side. Isn't that right? Lu Susu said. She didn't believe their words at all. We're innocent. We're innocent. Hearing those words, everyone kowtowed and quietly stared at Lin Ling. However, they realized that Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't say that he wanted to kill them. This made them feel relieved. It seemed that Lin Ling still cared about old friendships. However, not long after they kowtowed, a demonic aura rippled out from the ground. A figure that seemed to be condensed from metal slowly floated up. The entire process was silent, causing the scene to be extremely strange. Most importantly, this person's face didn't have any facial features, causing people to feel a chill run down their spines. It seems that I've underestimated you. However, it's time for the game to end. Boom! After the golden figure floated up, he coldly said. Moreover, a force that had never appeared in this world crazily erupted. It was like a domain force field. The sky instantly shattered like glass, and a void appeared. Moreover, it was a void that one couldn't see the end of. In the surroundings, wind, snow, sun, moon, and stars appeared as well. It was as if the laws of this world were completely under his control. This was the power of world essence. In a weak world, the power of world essence was clearly able to summon the wind and summon the rain. However, in the martial god world, world essence didn't have such powerful might. The reason was that a weak world couldn't withstand world essence. Therefore, a powerful world essence expert could directly control the entire world. How terrifying. Is this the blue-robed youth from before? Boom! This is the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Countless people stared at the terrifying scene in the sky. Their hearts trembled. This kind of power was too strong. Even the expressions of Lady Shui Wu and the others changed violently. Never had they imagined that this fellow who was impersonating Lin Ling would actually possess such formidable strength. You're Lin Ling, right? I'm sorry for impersonating you before, but don't think that I'm interested in your glory. I'm just treating it as a game. Of course, you're still worthy of praise for being able to defeat me. The golden figure said faintly. There was a metallic liquid flowing on the surface of his body. It was extremely mysterious. Why praise me? Lin Ling said with a calm expression. He was not surprised at all. In fact, he already knew that this mysterious person was not dead. That was why he didn't care about the two battle kings begging for mercy, because he knew that the battle wasn't over. I praise you because you saw through my game and defeated me. The golden figure spread out his hands and said, But now, do you still think you can defeat me? I still think so. Lin Ling said indifferently. Haha, ignorant ant. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. The golden figure snorted coldly. Let me tell you, your world is only one of the myriad worlds. and it's extremely weak. If it weren't for our branch family in this world, with my status, I wouldn't have come here. This is one of the reasons why I'm here. Secondly, I don't know what kind of attraction your weak world has, but it actually attracted an expert to live in seclusion here. This is the second reason why I'm here. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The expert that the other party was talking about should be Grandma Wendao. He didn't know how Grandma Wendao was doing, but it seemed that the mysterious person hadn't found her. However, Grandma Wendao must be hiding some secrets since she had invited an expert from the martial god world to come here. Have you heard of the Grand Court County? The golden figure said again, but seeing Lin Ling's silence, he smiled disdainfully. I guess you don't know. With your knowledge, I'm afraid you don't even know about the martial god world. But before I die, I'll tell you. I'm from the Grand Court County, and I'm young Master Thousand Faces. I have 8 clones that have entered the myriad worlds to train. This is just one of my clones. The power that we control is something that you ants can only dream of in your lifetime. That's boundary essence. As soon as he finished speaking, the rainforest became even more silent. More and more people gathered. They looked at the golden figure that was like an emperor, and their faces became extremely frightened. Could it be that this person was from the martial god world? For many people, the martial god world was like the distant sky, a place that all warriors dreamed of. Boundary essence can be easily converted into law, but law cannot be converted into boundary essence. Only those who have boundary essence can enter the martial god world. That is a symbol of status, and is not something that trash like you can understand. Strong boundary essence can summon the wind and rain. Look, the golden figure said proudly. His appearance seemed mysterious, but in fact his age was about the same as Lin Ling's. As he pointed, a snowstorm began to fall from the distant sky, freezing the heaven and earth, forming the scenery of the snow country. The sun is out. The golden figure shouted again. The snowstorm disappeared, and the sun appeared, scorching the earth. At this moment, he was like a god. He could have anything he wanted. In this weak world, although I only have 10% of boundary essence, it is enough to dominate everything. The golden figure's voice was like the majestic heavens. Staring at the shocking scene in the distance, the crowd trembled. This was too terrifying. It was actually the power of boundary essence that surpassed the law. One must know that powerful warriors comprehended the law and used the law of heaven and earth to defeat their opponents. But this mysterious person actually changed the law and even created his own law. In that case, who could be his opponent? No one at all. 10% of boundary essence. Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently. The reason why he was listening to the other party's nonsense was because he wanted to get more information, and now he knew a little. First, the other party did not come for him, but for Grandma Wendao. Second, the sun god race was an abandoned citizen of the martial god world, but their background was not simple. You said so much because you were defeated by me before, so you want to tell me how lowly I am to wash away the humiliation from before? Finally, Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he said this, the golden figure nodded. Indeed, he could easily kill Lin Ling, but before doing so, he wanted Lin Ling to know how weak he was. The previous battle was just his warm-up. Okay, I understand. You don't need to talk nonsense. However, after knowing his strength, Lin Ling was still extremely calm. This undoubtedly infuriated the golden figure. He looked at the ground and said, "Now, I want to ask all of you, is Lin Ling the master of this world, or is it me?" When he was defeated before, many people begged Lin Ling for mercy. Now, he wanted to see who would dare to beg Lin Ling for mercy. "It's you, sir. We only recognize you as our master." Chapter 22-25. Do you understand? Lin Ling kneeled down. The heavenly coffin great emperor flew out and shouted angrily. He was more excited than anyone else because this mysterious person was actually from the martial god realm. If he could curry favor with him, this mysterious person might be able to give him a few pointers, because according to what he knew, among the ancient giants, there were a few who had already comprehended the world essence. That's right. This senior is from the martial god realm. You, Lin Ling, are just a country bumpkin. Kneel down. If you offend that senior and implicate us, you won't be able to atone for your sins, even if you die. Kneel down now. Many people also shouted, and some even pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was no match for the martial god world's experts. As for Lin Ling's contribution to this world in the past, it was just a joke. Of course, they would still thank Lin Ling in their hearts, but only in their hearts. Compared to their lives, Lin Ling's life was even more worthless. You're all shameless. Who was it that knelt down and begged for mercy earlier? Now you're turning around and targeting Lin Ling. You're all utterly devoid of conscience. Lady Watermist and the others immediately roared furiously at the cursing of the entire world. This group of people was simply too shameless. Cut the crap. You're going to die too. Senior from the martial god realm. Allow me to kill them. Numerous voices of rebuttal resounded once more, and many people even took the initiative to stand out for the sake of claiming credit. Huh. The powerhouse called Young Master Thousand-Faced smiled satisfactorily as he stared at Lin Ling. Do you have anything you want to say? Previously, when Lin Ling defeated him, he thought that Lin Ling would be very happy because he had once again taken back his glory. Unfortunately, when Lin Ling was at his happiest, he threw a bucket of cold water at the wrong time and interrupted Lin Ling's pride. He felt that Lin Ling must be feeling very sad right now. However, under his gaze, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he walked forward step by step. Seeing this, young Master Thousand-Face did not do anything. He slowly said, "If you want to give birth to a boundary origin seed, there are only two ways. 1. Kill 3,000 peak martial emperors. 2. Self-comprehension. Of these two methods, the first one is the fastest. Moreover, I've also helped a few ancient giants successfully comprehend world origin." Many people's expressions changed greatly when they heard this. This young Master Thousand Faces was indeed formidable. This also meant that as long as young Master Thousand Face was happy, they would also have a chance to comprehend boundary essence. However, the first method is ultimately an unorthodox method. The boundary essence seed that is born is not as good as the second method. The second method is self-comprehending. Only the geniuses of the various worlds can successfully be born. Once the boundary essence is converted to 100%, the boundary essence can be fused with one's talent. This also means that no matter how talented a martial artist is, they can only use the power of laws. Without boundary essence, they are all ants. His voice, which was as majestic as the heavens, continued to drift out. The crowd was enlightened. So that was how it was. They immediately benefited greatly. Do you understand now? Young Master Thousand Faces' gaze finally looked at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he had already arrived in front of him. However, people didn't care at all because they also knew that no matter how strong Lin Ling's talent was, without boundary essence, everything was an ant. Then they saw Lin Ling move. He didn't even care as he threw out a punch, overestimating himself. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. Even young Master Thousand Face was the same. He shook his head and said, "Looks like you still don't understand what boundary essence is. My boundary essence can change the world, and even..." Exclamation point. However, before he finished speaking, the punch landed on his stomach, causing his face to distort. Boom! In the next moment, under countless gazes, young Master Thousand Faces' body exploded. Golden liquid splattered everywhere. Suddenly, the space became deathly silent. There was no sound at all. On the ground, the martial artists all opened their mouths wide. Previously, when they listened to young Master Thousand Faces' guidance, they felt that they had benefited greatly. They also knew that boundary essence was the only way to become stronger. They also yearned for boundary essence and even hoped that young Master Thousand Face would give them some guidance. At that time, Lin Ling made his move. In their eyes, Lin Ling was simply a mantis blocking a car. He didn't understand what boundary essence was. However, in the next moment, The martial God-world genius who possessed boundary essence was directly blown apart. Isn't boundary essence able to ignore all laws? The two great battle monarchs, heavenly coffin great emperor and unparalleled sun and moon, felt their hearts tremble madly. Nonsense. You should stop before you go too far. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well as he indifferently spat out a sentence. Nonsense? Previously, young Master Thousand Face had been giving guidance to everyone, including Lin Ling. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, it was all nonsense. Chi-Chi. At this time, the golden water droplets on the ground once again shot into the sky, forming a metallic figure in the sky. However, at this moment his aura was somewhat weak. Most importantly, he stared at Lin Ling with extreme horror, because to be able to injure him, laws were obviously ineffective. Only boundary essence. However, how could a country bumpkin comprehend boundary essence? Without his reminder and help, the people of this world wouldn't be able to comprehend boundary essence. You injured me, young Master Thousand Face coldly said. He opened his hands, and the world behind him began to collapse. Like broken glass, it swept towards Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to die along with the collapse of the world. Let me show you what the power of boundary essence is. Boom! Rumble. The sky continued to collapse. The void also shattered. It was a shocking sight. On the ground, Lu Susu and the others immediately shouted out in worry. That power was too terrifying. Boundary essence can indeed summon wind and rain in a small world. However, compared to destroying a world, the truly terrifying thing is creating a world. Chi-Chi. However, Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence in the face of the calamity and gently waved his sleeve. Rumble. Something terrifying happened. The shattered world actually began to slowly recover. Even the sky began to clear up and the sun shone. Even the ground that was affected by the battle was restored to its original state. That terrifying calamity disappeared without a trace under Lin Ling's sleeve. Do you understand? Chi-Chi. Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. This sentence undoubtedly shocked the crowd to the extreme. They even rubbed their eyes, feeling that this was a dream. However, the reality was that the sky had indeed recovered. Young Master Thousand Face was guiding everyone before, including Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was also guiding him now. One destroyed a world, the other created a world. Between the two, it was clear that creating a world was more powerful than destroying it. Do you understand? Chapter 22-26. Friend and foe, how is this possible? Young Master Thousand Face's heart was also pounding. In fact, he already had some guesses when Lin Ling heavily injured him. He was just unwilling to admit it, because how could a youth from the countryside be able to comprehend boundary essence and injure him who was high above? Unfortunately, this kind of self-deceiving could not be concealed any longer. You have a boundary essence seed. Young Master Thousand Face finally let out a low shout. His voice caused the hearts of the crowd to explode. Boundary essence seed? Lin Ling's eyes revealed a mocking smile. You only have 10% of your boundary essence. In the martial god world, you are indeed at the level of geniuses from various worlds. However, I have seen many geniuses like you. You want to rely on 10% of your boundary essence to guide others? Don't you think your face is very thick? He stepped forward. In his right fist, a mysterious power bloomed. It was boundary essence. Moreover, it was boundary essence that was even more terrifying than young Master Thousand Face. It was definitely more than 10%. That punch shot over like a meteor. Accompanying it were the laws of the falling and blooming of flowers and the rising and setting of the sun. 10% of boundary essence? Young Master Thousand Face's throat wriggled. It was as if a mouthful of saliva was stuck in his throat. He did not know what to say. Now, of course, he understood. He understood it better than anyone, because the youth opposite him was not a boundary essence seed, but a real boundary essence. Moreover, it seemed to be even stronger than his. This caused his heart to feel as though it was being sliced by a million blades. Before this, how tyrannical was he? He was like a world overlord, giving pointers to the common people, letting these ants know how powerful he was. He thought that Lin Ling was feeling sorrow and was feeling inferior. He even thought that Lin Ling would kneel down and beg him for pointers. However, all of this was just him comforting himself. The youth opposite him was in fact stronger than him. His arrogant boasting was undoubtedly a resounding slap to his own face. Seeing the terrifying punch coming, young Master Thousand Face panicked. He kept retreating. Wait, how about we let this matter rest? His voice was extremely fast, mixed with fear. The crowd was silent. The genius of the martial god world that they looked up to was actually afraid now. Do you think you can escape? However, how could Lin Ling let young Master Thousand Face escape? At this moment, his black robe was wildly dancing in the wind. It was tyrannical and domineering, telling everyone that he was the true king of this place. How dare you? Young Master Thousand Faces' expression turned increasingly ugly. This was one of his clones, and it took him so much effort to comprehend realm essence. Could it be that it was going to be destroyed here? Now that the county competition was approaching, if he spent 10% of his boundary essence here, then the competition would probably have nothing to do with him. Never had he imagined that one of his clones would actually be annihilated by an ant while tempering himself here. To put it bluntly, one of his 8 lives had perished. If that's the case, it's very useless. Lin Ling's boundary essence was like his sword, sweeping towards young Master Thousand Faces, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing, locking down all the directions young Master Thousand Faces could escape in. I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realm. Do you really dare to kill me? Young Master Thousand Faces shouted angrily. Sorry, I'm from the Martial God Camp of the Martial God Realm. However, what answered him was a cold voice, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to widen. This young man was also a genius from the Martial God Realm. What was laughable was that he had actually thought that this young man was just a martial artist from the countryside. Boom! When the roar resounded, the sky regained its tranquility. Young Master Thousand Faces was dead. This genius from the Martial God Realm, who everyone thought was an extremely mysterious expert, had been killed by the #1 genius of the mortal world today. On the ground, everyone's faces turned pale as they watched young Master Thousand Face die. This matter was too shocking for them. They stared at the black-robed young man in the sky, and only then did they remember that in the past, the young man had taken one step at a time and finally stood at the peak of the mortal world. Today, even though the experts from the Martial God Realm had arrived, his position as the #1 sovereign was still unshakable, undefeated. It was as if he would never be defeated. Are you all proud of him? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice woke everyone up from their shock. The crowd fell silent, and their faces turned even paler. In fact, I can understand your hearts. However, Lin Ling's next words eased the pressure in everyone's hearts. Lin Ling could understand them. In this world where the strong are respected, it is human nature to side with an expert. Lin Ling said again, "Thank you for your understanding, sir. In fact, we were also forced to do this. Young Master Thousand Faces is a genius from the Martial God Realm. To us, the Martial God Realm is a place we can only look up to. We cannot submit. We were wrong." Many people shouted anxiously. Among them, the 2 great battle kings were the main ones. I indeed understand your choice. If I were defeated today, my people and I would all die. Therefore, you didn't believe me and chose to stand on his side. Such a choice is human nature. However, since you have made your choice, you are my enemy. You should know how I, Lin Ling, treat my enemies. Lin Ling finally looked at the ground. Boom! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Who in a mortal realm didn't know Lin Ling's character? He was very good to his friends and was loyal to his friends. However, to his enemies, he was a nightmare. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Lin Ling would protect his friends forever. If they were enemies, then he could only kill them. Sir Lin Ling, we were wrong. Everyone was afraid and regretful. Many people even slapped their own faces and questioned themselves why they didn't believe Lin Ling before. Lin Ling had created so many miracles, and today, he could also create a miracle. Why did they believe in the genius of the martial god realm? Some things are wrong. Just like a broken mirror, there will never be a time for it to recover. Kill yourselves. Lin Ling's voice was very calm. There was no fluctuation in it. Kill yourselves. Were they all going to kill themselves here? No, absolutely not. You can't kill us. At this moment, the two battle kings furiously roared. Although we were on the wrong side, we didn't attack you. You still have the right to kill us. Our lives are ours to choose, not yours. However, we can promise you that we will never step into the mortal realm again. Is that enough? Under the two's voices, many people looked up at Lin Ling with eyes full of determination. At this moment of life and death, they no longer cared about Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lu Susu and the others laughed. The great calamity of the mortal realm, the invasion of the devil race and the god race, it was Lin Ling who protected them and won the creation war. At that time, they didn't necessarily come out to support Lin Ling and help Lin Ling under the opportunity that Lin Ling fought for. They enjoyed the feeling of being above others and lived for many years. Although they seemed to submit to Lin Ling on the surface, in reality, they were only using Lin Ling. In fact, they were also using Lin Ling to win the favor of the young Master Thousand Faces through Lin Ling. Chapter 22-27. Kill. You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was the one shouting that they should kill Lin Ling? Lady Shui Wu said sarcastically. Her words silenced the two battle kings. As for those who were clamoring, they were also speechless. They obviously couldn't refute her. We were forced by the situation at that time, but we didn't attack you. That's right. That's right. Moreover, we used to treat you as an adult, and you promised to protect us. You can't be so cruel. That's right. However, the two battle kings quickly opened their mouths and spoke as if it was only natural that Lin Ling would protect them. Huh, that's right. Lin Ling also laughed and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. If I want to kill you, do I need to care about your feelings? You guys think too highly of yourselves. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you. What do you do to me? That's right. With that, he ruthlessly swung his sword. The two battle kings' pupils constricted, and a sword mark appeared on their necks. Lin Ling had killed them with a single slash. They suddenly realized how stupid they were. They thought that Lin Ling would still protect them, so they resorted to sophistry. Perhaps they were used to being protected by Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling protecting them was a matter of course. But now, Lin Ling used his sword to tell them that their lives were actually the lives of ants. Since you guys won't kill yourselves, then I'll do it. That's right. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder, and he swung his sword again. Whoosh! That slash reaped a large number of lives again. No, Lord Lin Ling, I was wrong. That's right. Those people all shouted. At this moment, they were finally panicking and regretting their actions. Unfortunately, what greeted them was a slash. Instantly, blood flowed like a river, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Brothers, attack to your heart's content. Kill them all. That's right. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, causing the ground to be filled with miserable screams. At the same time, Lin Ling spoke to Lady Shui Wu and the others. He knew that Lady Shui Wu and the others had suppressed a lot of anger, so it was time for them to release it. Kill to your heart's content. Kill to your heart's content. Clean up the foul atmosphere. Lin Ling shot towards the earth like a god of death. Kill. Blood dyed his clothes red, but he didn't care. Instead, he felt carefree. As for Lord Shui Wu and the others, their faces were filled with killing intent as well. They wanted to kill to their heart's content and turn the world upside down. They disdained to be associated with such people. Since he had chosen the wrong side, he had to pay the corresponding price, and the price was death. Far away, the heavenly coffin great emperor trembled as he watched this scene. How terrifying! This was going to kill millions of people. He was scared. He quietly retreated. However, Just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Plop! The heavenly coffin Great Emperor was so scared that he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength and Lin Ling's desire to kill everyone under the heavens was something he didn't dare to face. Great Emperor Heavenly Coffin is an ancient magnate. There's no need for you to be so courteous. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, but his voice was like that of an emperor who ruled over the life and death of others. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. Put down the butcher's knife and don't kill more people. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor said nervously. Oh, you seem to be begging for mercy, but in fact, you want to affect my state of mind. However, you seem to have forgotten that I, Lin Ling, have killed many people in order to grow to where I am now. 1,000,000 people are just a piece of cake to me. Lin Ling said casually. Since he started learning martial arts, what kind of storm had he not encountered? Right or wrong, good or evil, he didn't care at all. He only wanted to have a clear conscience. I don't dare at all. Lord Lin Ling, please spare my life. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor kowtowed. As one of the 4 great ghost emperors, he didn't even dare to fight and directly kowtowed. This was undoubtedly a great irony. Did you get the treasure from the 3rd stone statue in the past? Yes, Lin Ling said indifferently. Yes, Lord Lin Ling, I'll return it to you now. Yes. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor hurriedly took out an ancient stone and handed it over with both hands. Then he looked at Lin Ling in fear. Lin Ling should let him go now. Lin Ling took the stone, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had obtained another stone statue fragment. Then, without looking at the Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor, he slashed out with his sword. His boundary essence was released, cutting off all of the Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor's laws. His body and the coffin behind him were directly cut in half. You promised not to kill me? The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor shouted. He never thought that Lin Ling would kill him. I've said it before. You stole my stone statue in the past, so you must die today. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully and turned to leave. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor looked at the back of the black-robed figure and was shocked. He knew that Lin Ling had returned to collect his debt. Because of him, this world would definitely be overturned by a storm of blood once again. Unfortunately, he could no longer see all of this. Today, he was just passing by. He never thought that this would be the place where he would die. At this moment, Lin Ling held up the stone statue and wrapped it with the power of law. In a short period of time, the seemingly ordinary stone statue shattered and turned into specks of crystal light. This stone statue contained the treasure that Li Xiaoyao left for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not know what it was for the time being. But soon, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. It was actually 10% of his boundary essence. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao was well prepared. He knew that he would need boundary essence for his reincarnation, so he prepared it in advance. And this 10% of boundary essence was smoothly integrated into Lin Ling's boundary essence, allowing his boundary essence to transform by 30%. If he used the mysterious sword record, he could erupt with 40% of his boundary essence. It seemed that he had to retrieve the remaining stone statues as soon as possible. Go to hell, trash. After putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. On the ground, those ugly cultivators could not escape even if they wanted to. They could only be killed mercilessly. Other than the cultivators from the mortal world, there were also cultivators from the demon race, ghost race, and deity race. However, they were all killed. They were filled with regret. This rainforest sacred land was not a place that they could enter. As time passed, the ground was filled with blood. The rainforest's sacred land was dyed red. Lin Ling wore a black robe and held a large sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the red ground, but his expression did not change at all. Lin Ling, they're all dead. Lu Su Su, Lord Shui Wu, and the others ran over and said. They were excited. If Lin Ling did not return at the crucial moment, they would be the ones dead. Behind them, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was secretly relieved. Fortunately, she had made the best choice. Otherwise, she would have been killed right now. However, she did not think that Lin Ling was heartless, because all these shameless people deserved it. Lin Ling was already very kind to them. It's good that everyone is fine. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at everyone. At this moment, his coldness disappeared and was replaced with a clean smile. Yes, everyone nodded. All right, where are my grandpa and the others? Chapter 22-28. True Spirit Island's Calamity. Currently, they're on the True Spirit Island where King Daoist is. However, Martial God Tian Yu and the Mortal World Guardian have been captured by the Sun God Emperor. As for Martial God Yungu and Sword Immortal Song Tian, they are protecting the True Spirit Island. Lady Shui Wu said. Lin Ling was shocked. His 3 disciples were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the attack? It is said that some of the Sun God King's people have comprehended the boundary seed. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother also said what she knew. Lin Ling finally nodded in understanding. No wonder his disciples were unable to resist. However, the boundary seed was not easy to comprehend. Presumably, the Sun God King and the other experts had killed more than 3,000 peak martial emperors to comprehend the boundary seed. As for where the 3,000 peak martial emperors came from, with young Master Thousand Face around, it was not difficult. After all, this world did not have so many experts, but other worlds definitely had them. Let's go to True Spirit Island, Lin Ling said in a low voice. He was back. Then it was time to end everything. By the way, tell the world that I, Lin Ling, have come to collect the debt. Moreover, the creation battle has begun. Lin Ling said again. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, everyone became excited. No matter how many storms and waves they encountered, no matter what kind of powerful enemies they encountered, this man in front of them would lead them to sweep away 1,000 enemies. This was their lord, Lin Ling. Let's go. Without further ado, Lin Ling led everyone to True Spirit Island. At this moment, in Chaos Demon Sea, a large number of experts were flying across the sky. An old man wearing a fiery red robe was heading towards True Spirit Island. Lord Fire Cloud, Divine King. The survivors are hiding in True Spirit Island. There are Daoist came, the 7 emperors, and Lin Ling's 3 disciples. Someone said respectfully to the old man. The old man was the Fire Cloud Divine King. At this moment, his face was cold. In the past, I saw Lin Ling kill the Yellow Spring Great Emperor with my own eyes. At that time, he used the Boundary Origin Seed, which surprised me. Now I also have the Boundary Origin Seed. I alone can sweep away Daoist Kame and the others. My lord is mighty. The others nodded respectfully. These people were not weak. They had reached the Martial Emperor realm and had nearly 100 million laws. Of course, the most powerful one was still Fire Cloud Divine King, because he possessed a realm origin seed. He could sweep through any law power, declaring himself a king. That young Master Thousand Faces is truly amazing. He actually increased my strength greatly. In the future, I can also go to the martial god world. Fire Cloud Divine King's eyes flickered. Currently, the entire world did not know that Lin Ling was young Master Thousand Faces in disguise. Only a few of them knew, and those who knew all possessed world origin seeds and were nurtured as trusted aides by young Master Thousand Faces. However, I don't know where the real Lin Ling has gone. Perhaps he knows of your current strength and doesn't dare to appear. Huh. How can that trash be a match for you now? Huh. The others suddenly laughed. Their words made Fire Cloud Divine King nod in satisfaction. He liked to hear such flattery. In the past, Lin Ling alone had scared him into fleeing. If there was a chance in the future, he wanted Lin Ling to know how powerful he was. Let's go. Kill everyone on True Spirit Island. The mighty experts, led by Fire Cloud Divine King, charged towards True Spirit Island. At this moment, True Spirit Island was facing a great enemy. Not only were there Lin Ling's friends, there were also all the warriors from Saint's Big Domain. At this moment, they were the only line of defense. If True Spirit Island was breached, then everyone would die. especially some of Lin Ling's relatives and friends. They looked at a one-armed old man on the island, and the determination in their eyes intensified. That one-armed old man was Lin Ling's grandfather, old ancestor Extreme Flame. This was Lin Ling's relative. No matter what, they had to protect him, even if they had to be wiped out. Otherwise, when Lin Ling returned, how could they report to him? Old ancestor Extreme Flame, please leave True Spirit Island immediately. There are powerful enemies chasing after you. Old ancestor Extreme Flame. Someone said to old ancestor Extreme Flame. It was the 7th Emperor. They've been chased all the way here. It was obviously not easy for them to escape here. Little Saint, go outside the island and keep an eye out. If there are any changes, inform us immediately. Old ancestor Extreme Flame. Martial God Yungu said to the Xianlin celestial snake. Little Saint turned into a black torrent and flew out of the island. At this moment, they were not facing local warriors. It was said that the mastermind was an expert from Martial God World. Therefore, they only felt powerless. You don't have to protect me. I'll fight alongside everyone. Old ancestor Extreme Flame. Old ancestor Extreme Flame shouted suddenly. Many people became worried and wanted to persuade him again. However, old ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand and said, "Haha, if I die in battle, then I can only say that this is all I can do. I can't let my grandson protect me every time. Although I'm weak, I still have a backbone. How can the Lin family's sons be protected by others?" Old ancestor Extreme Flame. Great-grandfather, I'll also fight alongside you. Old ancestor Extreme Flame. Lin, he shouted coldly. He was no longer a child. Although he was only 12 or 13 years old, he was already like a teenager. Moreover, he shouldered his father's glory and pride. Therefore, he would not run away. Sigh. Old ancestor Extreme Flame. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Spiritual master came, and the others sighed. This was the only way. Sun God King and the others were no match for us in the past. However, today, they have comprehended the boundary seed. It's impossible for us to resist them with our power of law. Dark Dragon Emperor said with a frown. Sun God King and the others had obtained Lin Ling stone sculpture, and their strength had increased greatly. In addition, they had comprehended the boundary seed. Naturally, they could defeat them. We have to stop them even if we can't. The path of martial arts has never been smooth sailing. Ancient martial god Yin looked at the sky. Rumble. At this moment, a roar sounded. In the sky, a huge black shadow fell down. After falling to the ground, it let out a painful cry. Little Saint, ancient martial god Yin and the others immediately shouted anxiously. It was the black-scaled divine snake. In the past, it was Lin Ling's mount. Its strength had reached the level of an ancient giant. However, this terrifying existence was suppressed by someone today. Are you all hiding here? Little Saint. Almost at the same time, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and found that it was the Fire Cloud Divine King of the Fire Cloud Empire. Finally, he's here. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not panic. They all held the weapons in their hands and prepared to fight to the death. What a pity. The 3 disciples of Li Xiaoyao were the strongest existences among the ancient giants. Now they're like stray dogs. Fire Cloud Divine King looked down at everyone and said indifferently. These words made Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others' faces turn cold. Compared to experts with boundary seeds, they were indeed much weaker. Since you're all here, then kill yourselves. You should know the grudge between me and Lin Ling. It will not end until one of us is dead. Sign. Chapter 22-29. Are you tired of living? Unless you kill all of us, you can see if anyone will commit suicide. On the island, ancestor Tai Yin raised his aged face and looked at the sky fearlessly. He was satisfied with his life. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. If you don't commit suicide, then you will know what a nightmare is. Fire Cloud Divine King nodded and waved his right hand. The experts behind him rushed towards the island. Taoists came, Sword Immortal Firmament, Martial God Yungu, you are all ancient giants. Today, I will let you see how powerful my subordinates are. What was terrifying was that Fire Cloud Divine King subordinates were all extremely powerful. It was as if Fire Cloud Divine King didn't even need to take action to massacre the entire island. Fight! Within the island, surging battle intent erupted. However, just as everyone was prepared to fight to the death, a cold and resounding voice exploded in the sky above the island like a thunderclap. Want to kill my people? Let's see if you have the ability. This sudden voice undoubtedly shocked the entire island. Countless people looked around and saw a large number of experts flying over from afar like a tornado. The man in the lead was holding a large sword. His long hair danced in the wind, and his cold eyes seemed to be telling everyone that the god of death had arrived. Ling, father, master. When everyone saw the familiar figure, they immediately shouted excitedly. As for Fire Cloud Divine King, he was slightly surprised as he stared at the newcomer. However, soon, he sneered, "Finally willing to come out? I knew it. You must be hiding somewhere. Unless your son, wife, and grandfather are in danger, you definitely won't dare to show your face." He didn't know that Lin Ling had gone to the martial god realm. He only thought that Lin Ling was afraid of them. So he hid. Of course, this was normal because they had young Master Thousand Face on their side. Unless Lin Ling was stupid, he wouldn't dare to fight force with force. The former number 1 genius of Immortal Realm can only hide like a stray dog today. Fire Cloud Divine King laughed again, causing the people behind him to laugh as well. And on the island, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were nervously staring at Lin Ling. Although they knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak, this pursuit had made them realize that Fire Cloud Godly Monarch strength had greatly increased. And the most terrifying thing was that there were many powerhouses like Fire Cloud Godly Monarch. Lin Ling, your end has come. I can tell you that this world has changed. With a genius from the martial god realm, you can only decline forever. The Fire Cloud God King spoke out once more. At this moment, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Perhaps he wanted to see Lin Ling feel a sense of helplessness. The former number 1 genius of the mortal world. The reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Today, he had also become trash and an ant-like existence. This kind of thing made people feel extremely happy. Behind Fire Cloud Divine King, the experts laughed even louder. Lin Ling's name shook the world. So to see the latter being trampled on was an extremely rare sight. However, their laughter didn't last long. In the distance, Lin Ling finally appeared on the island. His expression didn't change. In his left hand, the 6 paths of reincarnation surged out violently, turning into white flames that enveloped everyone and crazily burned them. This fire seemed to be Lin Ling's fury. Entering reincarnation is too easy for you. Today I'll scatter your souls. Everyone heard that vicious sentence. Of course, such words couldn't move Fire Cloud, Godly Monarch, and the others. They didn't believe that Lin Ling had such strength. However, the cold flames that followed let them know that they were about to be burned to death. Not good. What kind of law is this? It can't be broken. This fire can't be extinguished. Moreover, it's burning my soul. Lord Fire Cloud, Godly Monarch, save me. The sky was suddenly in chaos. The fire burned everything, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. On the island, everyone's pupils trembled. When did Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation become so strong? It was a law that burned everything. Moreover, they were worried about Lin Ling, thinking that a bloody battle would break out. However, in the next moment, the scene that gave them was that the enemies were all screaming in pain and begging for mercy. All of you die for me. Collect. Lin Ling floated in the sky with a fierce look on his face. His left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Walala! The dazzling white flames began to shrink. The experts in the fire reincarnation circle were all burned to death. Moreover, the burning was very painful because it reached the soul. Just as an incense stick's time was up, there were only flames floating in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of experts were all burned to death. Most importantly, those experts were at the martial emperor realm. They were existences that could dominate any place. However, here, they could only be slaughtered like weeds. This is too fast. Ancestor Extreme Flame opened his mouth wide and looked at the sky in shock. Even Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others were the same. However, they all laughed. Those flames were Lin Ling's anger. Those who touched them would die. Good, you actually killed all my subordinates. Do you know how many treasures I spent to nurture them? At this time, an angry voice rang out. Fire Cloud Divine King did not die. Clearly, he had boundary essence, so he was able to resist the burning of the Yellow Springs flame. Kneel for me. Fire Cloud Divine King roared again. With the boundary essence seed, why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? It's you. Lin Ling's gaze finally looked at him. Without any nonsense, he flew over. Courting death. Fire Cloud Divine King was extremely angry at this moment. When he saw Lin Ling flying over, he immediately attacked. Let me tell you, boundary essence is not something that only you, Lin Ling, have. He pointed out a finger, forming a power that surpassed the laws. He knew that Lin Ling had boundary essence, but he was confident that his boundary essence was stronger. However, Lin Ling did not retreat or dodge. His palm fiercely grabbed out. As Fire Cloud Divine King sneered, his finger actually exploded. Fire Cloud Divine King's boundary essence seed was like tofu in front of Lin Ling. The smile on Fire Cloud Divine King's face froze. What replaced it was pain and horror. Last time you escaped. This time, you still dare to appear in front of me. Are you tired of living? Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. His palm once again grabbed out. It was like a hand covering the sky. No one could stop it. At this moment, Fire Cloud Divine King finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. This was because he realized that Lin Ling did not have the boundary essence seed. Instead, the seed had already grown. It had probably reached 10% boundary essence. At this moment, he finally knew that no matter how strong he became, he would always be an ant when facing a monster like Lin Ling. Chapter 22:30. The battle of creation begins. Fire Cloud Divine King shouted anxiously. He knew that Lin Ling was not hiding, but was not in this world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not be afraid of him. Unfortunately, before he could utter any nonsense, Lin Ling reached out with his large hand and directly tore this ancient great head into two in front of countless people. This cruel and merciless action caused some of the enemies in the distance to tremble. They thought that Fire Cloud Divine King and Lin Ling would have a fierce battle and that Fire Cloud Divine King would emerge victorious. However, the result was that Lin Ling tore Fire Cloud Divine King, an ancient giant, apart with just a few punches and kicks. This simple and brutal situation made them feel like they were dreaming. Kill them all. Kill. After throwing Fire Cloud Divine King, Lin Ling looked coldly at the enemies in the distant sea. Yes, my lord. Kill. Everyone rushed over, letting the remaining enemies feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling returned with a torrential downpour. As for Lord Water Mist and the rest, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the rest also flew out from the island and charged forward. All enemies must die. They knew that even if they killed everyone in the world, Lin Ling would not be merciful because they had touched his reverse scale. Ling-er, Master, 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 Father, Master. On the island, everyone rushed towards Lin Ling. Their hearts were filled with excitement. This was their pillar of support. No matter what kind of powerful enemy came, there was only one outcome for that powerful enemy, and that was death. Grandfather. Lin Ling flew down from the sky and looked at the old man in the lead. His heart immediately ached. The old man looked at Lin Ling with gratification. However, Lin Ling saw that the sleeve of his right arm was fluttering in the wind. Clearly, the old man's right arm had been cut off. It's fine. I'm already so old. Losing an arm is no big deal. Elder Taiyin smiled and walked forward. He reached out his left arm and stroked the face of the grandson he was most proud of. In the past, when the fake Lin Ling appeared, he issued a large number of orders that violated the rules, such as killing his own people. In the end, Ancestor Extreme Flame couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him. But the result was that one of his arms was cut off. But at that time, he guessed that it wasn't his grandson, because his grandson was not that cruel and heartless. In truth, they weren't very sure when Lin Ling would return from the martial god world. Therefore, when young Master Thousand Faces pretended to be Lin Ling, they didn't suspect anything. "This is my real father." He looked at Lin Ling excitedly. In his eyes, his father was still an indomitable warrior who always had his own principles in his heart. "Ira, you have grown up." Lin Ling also looked at his family with some excitement. Then he looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and immediately knelt down. "Grandfather, I have implicated you." "Silly child, the enemy is against you. That means you're capable. Mediocre people won't be jealous," Ancestor Extreme Flame said with a smile. Lin Ling felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Moreover, the suppressed killing intent in his heart became even stronger. "It's time to clear the place. All the enemies must be killed." "Lin Ling, it's good that you're back." The second dream. Yuman Yun and the others also walked towards Lin Ling and held Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, they finally felt at peace in their hearts. As for Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others, they were still excited at this moment. Their master had returned, so the foul atmosphere in this world would definitely be cleaned up. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling quickly went into the depths of the island and took out the Warm Sun spiritual jade. This time, because of an accident, Lin Ling's return was delayed for a while. Fortunately, when he saw the two women lying on the bed, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. Although Xian Yuan Gu and the others were almost illusory and would disappear like smoke at any time, as long as they were still there, then they could be saved. Lin Ling placed the Warm Sun spiritual jade beside the two women. Suddenly, a Warm Sun spiritual chi floated out like a bright lamp, protecting them and allowing their illusory bodies to slowly condense. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. However, he knew that it would take some time, so he turned around and left. Outside the house, everyone looked at Lin Ling nervously. However, when they saw Lin Ling nodding with a smile, their brows also relaxed. You, and the others haven't returned yet?" Lin Ling asked. However, in response, Elder Tai Yin and the others shook their heads. This made Lin Ling slightly worried. However, when he thought about it, only the individual could comprehend the boundary element. No one else could help, so he could only suppress his worries. "Master, what should we do now? I heard from Lady Shui Wu that young Master Thousand Faces, who impersonated you, is from the martial god world. He came from the Grand Court Commandery. It seems that such a person is not to be trifled with. Lin Ling, an expert from the martial god world, is not to be underestimated. Why don't we meet him and discuss it, and see if we can shake hands and make peace?" Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others all spoke up. In the end, Taoist Came felt that it was better to shake hands and make peace. After all, one young Master Thousand Faces had already stirred up a storm of blood in their world. What if more experts from the martial god world came? No matter where he comes from, he has touched my reverse scale. There is only one outcome for him, death. While everyone was still discussing, Lin Ling had already spoken coldly. His words made everyone gasp. However, very quickly, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others felt their blood boiling. With their pride, they did not want to shake hands and make peace. Revenge begins. Lin Ling's eyes looked into the distance. He clenched his right fist, and the white command flag that was hidden on his body shone brightly at this moment. Lin Ling did not know the background of the Grand Court Commandery. However, in terms of numbers and boundary element, Lin Ling, as the martial god great commander, was not afraid of anyone. Let's rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will kill our way to the Sun Divine Nation. If we see any enemies along the way, kill them without mercy. Lin Ling left these words behind and immediately left. Hearing that, everyone was even more excited. In the house, Lin Ling sensed the boundary element in his dantian, and the confidence in his heart grew stronger. Then, he recalled everything that had happened. He could not help but worry about the disappearance of Grandma Wendao. However, Grandma Wendao was someone that he could not see through. Therefore, if there was something that Grandma Wendao could not solve, Lin Ling's worries would be useless. It's time to take back all the stone sculptures. Sitting there quietly, Lin Ling's eyes grew colder and colder. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling's return spread across the various regions. What? The real and fake Lin Ling? And the real Lin Ling came back and slaughtered the fake one? That's too amazing. This is nothing. Lin Ling has issued an order. The battle of creation has begun, and he wants to clear the place. That's crazy enough. Could it be that the Sun God King and the other ancient giants are going to die? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 2231. Coming to collect a debt. Fire Cloud Divine King was killed, and one of young Master Thousand Faces' doppelgangers was also destroyed. This Lin Ling is too arrogant. He's just courting death. Young Master Thousand Face is also rushing over from 10,000 realms. This Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. I'm afraid he has converted 10% of his boundary essence. However, young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence is not just 10%. He still has 7 doppelgangers. Young Master Thousand Face comes from Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realms Qin Province. His talent is the mysterious Xian body, myriad Metal King physique. If not for the fact that his boundary essence was not successfully converted, his talent would have been able to fuse with it long ago. However, the Sun God King and the others were not too worried. With young Master Thousand Face around, they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. They even believed that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. He did not dare to come to them. At this moment, in the demon domain, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon King had also received the news. However, they had comprehended the boundary essence seed. They thought that even if they could not kill Lin Ling, if the two of them joined forces, Lin Ling would not be able to kill them. Moreover, they believed that Lin Ling would die in the hands of young Master Thousand Face. Therefore, they were now thinking of unifying the demon domain and preparing to kill the Great Demon King of the East and Great Demon King Gu Hai. However, on the day their army was mobilized, Lin Ling also arrived. To Lin Ling, he would not let any of the ancient giants go. This debt collection would start from today until he killed his way into the godly nation. At this moment, the true martial realm was like a dream mountain. This place had already become the symbol of the true martial realm. At the foot of the snowy mountain, a large number of demon armies were gathered there. If one looked carefully, the army was led by a giant that was as tall as a mountain. The giant was sitting on a golden blade, as if he was indomitable. This person was the Great Demon King of the East. On the other side was a bewitching woman. She was the Great Demon King Gu Hai. Now that the demon race was about to unify, the two Great Demon Kings joined forces to resist the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation. My lord, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon King Gu Hai. At this time, the beast drums sounded, shaking the heaven and earth. You're here? The Great Demon King of the East stood up. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Great Demon King Gu Hai narrowed his pretty eyes as well. The war of the demon race was about to begin. In the distance, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. All the great devils were rushing over in a grandiose manner. At a glance, the army was actually endless, as if there was no end to it. This was a bloody battle, and it could be said to be the most intense bloody battle in the history of the demon race. All the demons were ready for a bloody battle. However, the army in the distance suddenly stopped, and 2 figures floated out. A war between armies won't change the unification of the infernal domain. Why don't we have a war between infernal kings? The 2 massive figures strolled towards Dreamlike Mountain. They were the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and Demon King. How dare you? On the side of the great demon king of the east, the army roared angrily, forming a huge aura, rushing towards the sky. Shut up. However, the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master let out a cold roar. His aura suppressed the army like a giant hand, making it difficult for the army to breathe. This action undoubtedly caused his soldiers to cheer and raise their morale. All right, then let's have a war between infernal kings. The great demon king of the east pondered for a while and immediately said in a low voice. There were also benefits to having a war between infernal kings, and that was that his people would not suffer too many casualties. My lord, you can't. At this moment, a large number of voices came from the army. One of them even flew up. It was Lin Ling's elder brother, Gu Zhantian. Right now, the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and 400 million Great Devil Kings have boundary origin seeds. A war between infernal kings is disadvantageous to us. Why don't we have a war between the two armies? Gu Zhantian knelt down in the sky and said. In fact, the great Demon King of the East and Demon King Gu Hai also knew this point. However, a war between armies would only increase the casualties. A war between infernal kings is unavoidable. You all can just watch from the side. If we lose, you all can disperse. The great Demon King of the East sighed softly and stepped forward, walking towards the sky. My lord, the army below him all knelt down, as if they had seen the departure of the Demon King and the unification of the infernal domain. As for Demon King Gu Hai, he frowned and also walked towards the sky. She knew that this war was unavoidable. Unify the infernal domain. Unify the infernal domain. Compared to the solemn aura of the great Demon King of the East, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation's army let out a deafening roar, and their morale was even more majestic. This made the 400 million great Demon Kings and the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation laugh coldly. Their brows twitched, and a formless aura spread out, causing the infernal domain to shake. It felt as if the heavens were angry, and the entire domain was shaking. It was the power of realm essence. The great Demon King of the East and Demon King Gu Hai immediately let out a groan, and their footsteps paused. They could feel that the world in front of them had changed, forming a powerful domain that made it difficult for them to take another step forward. This made their hearts tremble. Was the power of realm essence really that strong? The war between infernal kings hasn't even started yet, and you all don't dare to fight? Seeing the solemn expression of the great Demon King of the East and the others, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation mocked. Ha! The great Demon King of the East is afraid of my lord. Humph! He doesn't even have the courage to approach my lord. He can only submit to my lord. My lord's power of realm essence. Who else but him can compare to my lord's power of realm essence in this world? At the same time, more voices rang out. Countless gazes were fixed on the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation. There was only worship in their eyes. In the past, the 5 great demon kings of the infernal domain were evenly matched, and no one could shake the other. However, the great Demon King of the East had already declined and could only be compared to the lowly demon race. He couldn't even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation. One side was full of vigor, and the other side was naturally weak. The soldiers of the great Demon King of the East all looked gloomy at this moment. Their great Demon King of the East had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the war between the Demon Kings. In a war between the kings, if their aura was weak, how could they fight? Moreover, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the others were clearly humiliating the great Demon King of the East on purpose. This seed of realm essence is really powerful. The ancient giants of the past are like ants in front of us now. At this moment, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the others were enjoying the carefree feeling. Moreover, they kept increasing the aura of the realm essence, wanted to make the great Demon King of the East and the others kneel down. However, at this moment, a mysterious aura drifted over like smoke, and it actually blew away the oppressive domain in the sky. Yeah. The great demon king of the East's expression changed. The pressure had disappeared. Even the crystal master of the Devil Nation and the others frowned. A mysterious power had appeared in front of them, causing the aura of their realm essence to disappear without a trace. At the same time, a black-robed figure quietly appeared in the sky. His appearance came without any warning, as if he had always existed in the sky. And his appearance and the ancient sword on his back, all of this caused the infernal domain to fall silent. Chapter 2232. Fear. Lin Ling. At this moment, the entire true martial realm was filled with shocked voices. Second brother. Gu Zhantian looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Of course, the Eastern Demon King and the rest were the same. In fact, they had also received news that Lin Ling seemed to have surfaced. However, they never expected that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would appear in the Devil Domain. Lin Ling. Compared to the surprise of the Eastern Demon King and the rest, the Crystal Master and the 400 million Demon Kings were unhappy. Why would Lin Ling appear here? I'm here. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Eastern Demon King and the other two with a faint smile, causing them to smile as well. Lin Ling then looked at his elder brother, Gu Zhantian, which made Gu Zhantian extremely excited. In his heart, his second brother Lin Ling was already an indomitable expert. However, when he saw that the true spirit realm was almost massacred by a strong enemy, Lin Ling appeared again. That feeling was still very shocking. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling's appearance was like an invisible flame burning, causing the morale of the Eastern Demon King's side to rise even higher. In their hearts, Lord Lin Ling was already at the level of a demon god. Now that he was here, he could definitely change everything. Lin Ling, this is a battle of our devil domain. Why are you, a human, interfering? Get lost. At this moment, an angry voice rang out from the Crystal Master's army. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with fox ears. This person seemed to be the strategist of the army. Shouldn't you be in the godly nation right now? You, a human, interfering in the matters of the devil domain? Don't you feel embarrassed? Moreover, Eastern Demon King, Gu Hai, do you still have any shame? Letting a human interfere, this is simply throwing away the pride of the devil race. The middle-aged man waved his hand, causing the army to let out a cry of shock. Lin Ling, get lost. Great Demon King of the East, if you're still a demon fighter, tell Lin Ling to fuck off. Dong dong dong. In front of them, war drums were beating and flags were waving in the wind. Tens of millions of soldiers were reprimanding Lin Ling, trying to make Lin Ling retreat. Seeing this, the Devil Nation's Crystal Master and Crystal Master laughed. They were surprised by Lin Ling's arrival, but when they thought about how Lin Ling shouldn't be able to kill them, they weren't in a hurry. Although Lin Ling is a human, he is also a hero of our demon race. How could he be an outsider? Hearing the other party telling Lin Ling to scram, many warriors on the great Eastern Demon King's side also roared in anger. For a moment, the auras of the two armies collided, forming a terrifying aura tornado in the sky. The great Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to tell Lin Ling not to care about what those people said. However, before he could say anything, he saw Lin Ling waving his sleeve. A powerful aura rolled out like an avalanche. The light of treasures shone brightly, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. In the distance, the soldiers who were clamoring were directly destroyed by the astral wind, as if they had seen a siege cannon. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers fell. This was the means of an expert. At Lin Ling's level, no matter how many people there were, the effect was not big. He was like a realm lord. When he was angry, he could make tens of millions of people pay with their lives. You motherfucker, shut up. Along with that terrifying means, Lin Ling's angry roar could be heard. What a joke. Lin Ling, was here to collect debts today. Did he need to follow the rules? Did he even need to look at the faces of those ants? At that moment, the sound of the drums stopped, and the flag fell to the ground. The army stared at Lin Ling in silence. No one expected Lin Ling to be so domineering. He killed the army without saying a word. Speak, continue speaking. I want to see who still dares to clamor. Lin Ling stared coldly at the front and roared. That domineering voice made the army even more silent. Lin Ling, what is your purpose in coming here? Why do you want to ruin our good things? The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the 400 million great demon kings shouted coldly. They were furious because Lin Ling seemed to have come to suppress their aura. How hateful! However, their words made Lin Ling laugh. Why did he come? The two great demon kings seemed to have forgotten that they had joined hands to harm Lin Ling in the past. Lin Ling was too lazy to answer such nonsense. Therefore, his gaze was indifferent as he stared at the two great demon kings. When the two great demon kings saw that Lin Ling did not speak, they frowned. Immediately, the boundary seeds on their bodies bloomed. They wanted to let Lin Ling know how powerful they were. Unfortunately, their power was like a stone sinking into the sea in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking at them, smiling without saying a word. Gradually, the two great demon kings felt their hearts being suppressed. They even felt a chill. They wanted to attack, but they did not dare. The army in the distance looked at them, waiting for the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others to attack. However, they were disappointed, because the three of them did not attack. Instead, they watched quietly. This silence did not last long. Finally, Lin Ling stepped forward and slowly walked towards the two great demon kings. Thump! This action shattered the hearts of the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. They quietly took a step back. Today, the Battle of the Demon City will be postponed. Cold! The 400 million great demon kings coldly spat out these words, turned around, and left. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom was the same. He swung his cape and stepped forward, proudly walking towards his army. However, behind them, Lin Ling followed silently. It was as if he was a realm lord looking at them. This figure, these footsteps, the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others also felt a chill in their hearts. However, Lin Ling did not attack. Therefore, they maintained their calm and walked forward slowly. However, they felt that the pressure was getting stronger. This was the fear of the strong, the fear of the unknown. They even wanted to fight with Lin Ling. However, their instincts told them that if they were to fight, it would be disadvantageous for them. From their side to the Devil Kingdom's army, there was a distance of 1,000 miles. However, this short distance seemed to be as far as the ends of the earth. Enough, what do you want to do? Stop. Finally, the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom roared. The feeling of the Grim Reaper following behind him was too much for him to bear. When the two armies saw this scene, they were shocked. The dignified Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom seemed to be afraid. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not attack. He just followed slowly. Following, this created such a huge pressure. Lin Ling, how terrifying. However, Lin Ling still smiled and did not say a word. This silent action undoubtedly increased the pressure on the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. Even when a gust of wind blew past them, they were like birds startled by the twang of a bough. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would suddenly attack. However, that was just their illusion. Lin Ling did not attack. Finally, they could no longer bear this feeling. They could only speed up and escape from Lin Ling. No way. They are actually so afraid. One of the 5 great demon kings of the Demon City brought an army here today. However, Lin Ling alone made them retreat. They did not even dare to look at him. Chapter 22:33. The dignity that was taken away was taken back today. Seeing this, the great demon king of the East roared with laughter. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom's army gritted their teeth. Their king was afraid of Lin Ling. He was afraid of Lin Ling and could only run away. Their king had lost all his dignity. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the great demon king of the Devil Kingdom finally reached the army. However, even though they had reached the army, Lin Ling still followed them. He was alone and looked calm. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Looking at the arrogant black-robed youth who had entered the army, the surrounding devil race roared. The wise general of the Devil Fox clan who had escaped with his life earlier said furiously, "Sir, allow us to join forces and eradicate this evildoer with the honor of the Devil God. Kill." Following the voice of the wise general, the army also exploded with killing intent. The devil race was arrogant and unruly. How could they be humiliated like this? However, the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the Great Demon King of the Devil Kingdom didn't say anything. This made the wise general of the Devil Fox clan pale. He even felt sad because he could see that the two great demon kings no longer had any intention to fight against Lin Ling. They didn't even have the will to fight. Kill me? It's like you? At this moment, Lin Ling was still following the two great demon kings. However, he waved his sleeve. The power of the realm essence was enough to destroy the world. A gust of wind of death blew past. The army in front of him, millions of people, were wiped out again. Moreover, he had been killed without a sound. At this moment, the army no longer dared to speak. Looking at Lin Ling from a close distance, they felt that Lin Ling was terrifying. It was as if they were facing the Realm Master, an expert that surpassed the Great Demon King. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the Great Demon King of the Devil Kingdom were trembling with anger. Lin Ling was right behind them and was about to wipe them out. They could only escape. They didn't even have the courage to turn around and look at Lin Ling. Most importantly, why didn't Lin Ling kill them? Why didn't he attack? Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? The 400 million Demon King choked out a sentence with difficulty. This kind of torment was really unbearable. I've said it before. The Battle of Genesis has already begun. Either you die or I die. 400 million Great Demon King. You shouldn't be so naive as to think that we're friends, right? Moreover, you joined hands to steal my stone sculpture. You should have known then that I, Lin Ling, would come to collect the debt. Lin Ling also said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two demon kings changed drastically. Sure enough, Lin Ling had come to collect a debt and had even started a battle of creation. Meanwhile, they were the opponents that were going to be eliminated. However, the Devil Nation's Crystal Master said slowly, "If you want to fight, then fight. You've gone too far by humiliating us like this. If you really want to fight, do you dare? Moreover, you say that I'm going too far, so what if I'm bullying you? If you don't accept it, then stop and fight. If you don't accept it, then send your army to kill me." Lin Ling said with a smile. Although his smile was calm, it carried an aura of supremacy. So what if I'm bullying you? That sentence made the blood of the Great Demon King of the East boil. This was the real #1 emperor. If he wanted to bully you, then he would bully you. I know that you're angry because I haven't made a move yet. I've only been humiliating you. However, don't forget that you were the ones who did it first. Lin Ling said again. Upon hearing this, the two great demon kings frowned. When had they done such a thing? In the past, you forced Xianxia to marry someone. In the Dreamlike Mountain, I personally took away Xianxia. At that time, what did you do? Lin Ling's voice seemed to remind the two great demon kings of their memories. In the past, before Lin Ling had obtained the third stone sculpture, the son of the 100 million life Great Demon King had forced Xianxia to marry his son. He had even wanted to unify the true martial realm. At that time, Lin Ling had arrived. Under countless gazes, he had taken away Xianxia from the Dreamlike Mountain, which had alarmed the entire Devil Domain. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. This had made the Devil Domain's Crystal Master and the others furious. They had used their aura to suppress Lin Ling and humiliate Lin Ling. That matter seemed to have happened yesterday. At this moment, it was flowing through their hearts in shock. Today, Lin Ling had made a comeback. From the beginning, he had used his aura to suppress them and humiliate them. All of this turned out to be like this. It seems that you have remembered. In the past, the three great demon kings took turns to attack me. In the end, they joined forces. Unfortunately, the 100 million life Great Demon King had died. Otherwise, today, I would have let him experience the feeling of being suppressed. In the past, you all thought that you were very strong, and I was just an ant. However, You never thought that you would have such a day. In fact, when I left the true martial realm, I had said that one day the humiliation of the past would be returned 100 times today. My aura suppressed you not to prove anything, but to tell you that the dignity that was taken from me, I will definitely take it back. Lin Ling enunciated each word. His voice shook the entire true martial realm. Everyone recalled what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. In the past, the three great demon kings of the Devil Domain had suppressed Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had counterattacked. In fact, many people had heard Lin Ling's words before he left. Lin Ling had indeed said that he would definitely repay the humiliation of the past. However, at that time, they had thought that it was just a joke. But now, the truth had appeared in front of them. As for the two great demon kings, their faces were incomparably pale. If they had known that this junior was so terrifying, they would have killed Lin Ling at that time. Now, they had released the tiger back to the mountain. You all have a chance to live. At this time, Lin Ling suddenly said. His words made the two great demon kings' eyes light up. Lin Ling said again, walk out of the true martial realm from here and live under my aura. I, Lin Ling, will never look for you again. Are you serious? Although the two great demon kings had been heavily humiliated, their lives were obviously more precious. Therefore, they anxiously asked. However, this sentence was actually like begging for mercy. This made them feel like their hearts were dead at this moment. The dignified great demon kings had no backbone. They only thought about how to survive. Even when the enemy gave them a chance to escape, they only had luck on their faces. How sad was this? I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. Lin Ling said word by word. All right, I believe you. However, don't regret it. The Devil Domain's Crystal Master and the 400 million great demon kings looked at each other, and a strong sense of confidence rose in their hearts. If Lin Ling used boundary essence to kill them, they would have no power to fight back. However, if he only used his aura to suppress them, they were not afraid. This was because both of them had boundary essence seeds. If they joined forces, they should be able to barely block 10% of boundary essence's aura. Ha! The two great demon kings stepped out and left the true martial realm. Rumble. However, at that moment, a terrifying world origin energy attacked the Zhenwu world, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. Chapter 2234. Retracting the stone sculpture, what a terrifying power. With just a thought, the heavens and earth are moved by him. The laws are created by him. The crowd looked at the shattered sky and began to tremble with fear. Even the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed stronger than them. However, their speed also increased by a bit. Rumble. However, after the heavens and earth collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars appeared at the same time. It was as if the heavens were blocking in front of them. Pucci. The two demon kings immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. They finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling definitely had 10% of the boundary essence. What a ferocious number, one genius of the mortal world. As far as they knew, young Master Thousand Face from the martial god world only had 10% of the boundary essence. And Lin Ling, a country bumpkin genius, was on par with the martial god world's genius. This was obviously very shocking. We must get out alive. Let the Sun God King and young Master Thousand Face kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling is too monstrous. In the future, his achievements will be even greater. The two demon kings released their boundary essence seeds, causing light to appear around their bodies. Within the light, the heavens and earth that were destroyed by Lin Ling also recovered at this moment. They couldn't change the heavens and earth in front of them, but they could barely change the changes around them. And with their speed, they were getting closer and closer to the void passage of the true martial world. Looking at the void passage, the two demon kings became spirited. If they escaped from here, they would win. So they had to persevere. It seemed that their desire to survive was too strong. Everything went smoothly after that. The void passage was already in front of them. They only needed one more step to leave the true martial world. All this showed that they had won. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master felt that everything was like a dream. He actually escaped from Lin Ling's hands. This was a miracle. Haha, Lin Ling, you are too confident. You don't know that we already have the Boundary Essence seeds. Sorry, this battle, we won. Sorry. After leaving the true martial world, Lin Ling, you'll be greeted by young Master Thousand Face. Take care of yourself. After a moment of excitement, the two demon kings finally shot into the void passage. Alas! In the distance, the great demon king of the east and the other side. In the end, they still managed to escape. However, before they could finish sighing, the void passageway in front of them suddenly shattered and turned back into a world of heaven and earth. Furthermore, two dazed figures were standing there in a daze. This scene caused everyone's eyes to widen. This was because the two great devil kings had already rushed into the void passage. They only needed to follow the passage to leave the realm of true martial. However, the void passage had suddenly disappeared. This also meant that they were still in the realm of true martial. How could this be? How could this be? The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others were also extremely shocked at this moment. Their eyes were full of confusion. They couldn't understand why they had appeared in the true martial world, even though they had obviously entered the void passage. In my world, if I want a void passage, it will have one. If I don't want it, it won't have one. At this moment, a cold voice drifted over. It was Lin Ling's voice. You can do whatever you want. Even the void passage can be changed. Hearing this, the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others' faces turned pale. They were even a little dispirited. The void passage was the most mysterious void. However, this mysterious power was also changed by Lin Ling. If he wanted it, it would have it. If he didn't want it, it wouldn't have it. How domineering was this? Previously, they thought that they had one. However, everything was still in the palm of Lin Ling's hand. Could it be that your boundary essence has reached 20%? The 400 million great devil kings suddenly smiled bitterly and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. To be able to change the void passage, 10% of boundary essence shouldn't be able to do so. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master's face was also ashen. We have lost this battle. In fact, from the beginning, you could have used your aura to kill us. However, you didn't. You let us see hope, but you killed it. You're so hateful. However, before I die, I want to know if you have 20% of boundary essence. Hearing this, Lin Ling asked indifferently, why do you want to know? Why? Because young Master Thousand Face's boundary essence is definitely more than 10%. There will be a great battle between you two. Therefore, we want to know the result. Because if you only have 10% of boundary essence, then there is no hope of winning. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master seemed to have aged a lot. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, perhaps they knew that they were going to die, so they wanted to know the answer. Because after the answer was clear, they would also know what the chances of Lin Ling winning against the Godly Kingdom were. Actually, you two should have guessed it. And Lin Ling finally nodded. As soon as these words fell, the two great devil kings felt as if they were struck by lightning. Indeed, they guessed that Lin Ling had 20% of boundary essence. And now this guess was confirmed. As expected of the number one genius of the human world, such a monster convinced them wholeheartedly. They could die in peace. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling had 30% of boundary essence and could use boundary essence martial arts to erupt with 40% of boundary essence, then they would be even more shocked. Perhaps we are going to die, so I hope that you can win this battle. Because you represent our world. I also hope that you can defeat the genius from the martial god realm. Lin Ling, good luck. The two great devil kings looked at each other. At this moment, they finally obeyed Lin Ling. Unfortunately, all of this came a little too late. Because, in the past, they curried favor with young Master Thousand Face because they could survive and become stronger. But now, they were going to die. Therefore, in their selfishness, they hoped that the genius from their hometown could win. Or perhaps, they were extremely displeased in their hearts when they saw the arrogant and brutal young Master Thousand Face. Thanks. Lin Ling smiled coldly and turned to leave. He sighed in his heart. In the past, when the demon race invaded, he had seen the battle between the 400 million great devil kings and martial god Tianyu. At that time, he was very weak and could only watch from afar. He was even surprised that the 400 million great devil kings had 400 million laws. However, through his hard work, the existence that he had to look up to was actually easily defeated by him. Boom! Almost at the same time, the two great devil kings' bodies exploded. Endless light floated towards Lin Ling. It was the stone sculptures that they had on them. Instantly, Lin Ling's left eye flickered. It was martial arts, countless martial arts. It was also the experience that he had gained from fighting in the martial god realm. Rumble. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded. Lin Ling's cultivation had finally reached the rank 7 martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm had 3 watersheds. From the rank 7 martial emperor realm onwards, that was the final watershed. Of course, if one wanted to break through the martial emperor realm and become a true world lord, their boundary essence must be converted to 100%. Rumble. As Lin Ling's aura exploded, turbulent laws rippled out. The number of laws in Lin Ling's body reached 30 million. Chapter 2235. Unifying the Demon Realm. He broke through, even if he didn't use any law martial arts. His own laws are already 30 million. How terrifying. I'm afraid no one in this world is his match, even if he doesn't use his realm. Our chances of winning this Genesis battle are getting higher and higher. The Eastern Demon King and the others were extremely excited. They had watched Lin Ling grow up step by step and eventually become the sovereign realm above their heads. As for the Crystal Master and the rest of the army, their faces were pale. Their Demon King was dead. Now, there were only 2 Demon Kings left in the Demon Realm. This also meant that the Demon Realm was unified, and there was only one person who changed this terrifying situation, and that was Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao dominated the world in the past and changed the situation of the world. Today, Lin Ling has done it again. This is history repeating itself. The Eastern Demon King had the deepest understanding. As a senior, he felt like he had watched the 2 juniors grow up crazily and dominate the world once again. Eastern Demon King, Xianxia is fine now. I'll leave the matters of the Demon Realm to you. I'll kill my way to the godly kingdom now, Lin Ling said with a smile after sensing the changes in his body. He should still be missing 3 stone statue fragments. If he could get them, then all the memories of Li Xiaoyao in the martial god realm would be returned. He urgently wanted to know where the space-time divine steel was and how Li Xiaoyao died. Do you need her help? The Eastern Demon King asked at this time. Up to you. Go and take a look when you have time. If you don't, then deal with the matters of the demon realm. Lin Ling said and strode away. Looking at the free and easy back view, the Eastern Demon King laughed and looked at the demons. Everyone, do you want to go? Yes, this battle is no longer a battle between the races. It's a battle between the demon race, the human race, and the divine race. It's also a battle between the geniuses of our world and the geniuses of the martial god realm. As the bloodline of this world, how can we not go? We support Lord Lin Ling. The army was silent for a moment. Then, many hot-blooded voices finally erupted. At present, there were only 2 great demon kings in the demon race, but they only acknowledged Lin Ling as the #1 emperor in this world. What about you guys? The great demon king of the East also wanted to go. After all, he did not want Lin Ling to fight alone. Therefore, he looked at the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and his army. Before the Devil Nation's Crystal Master and the others died, they hoped that Lord Lin Ling would win. So let's go too. Although we are not on the same side as Lin Ling, we are of the same bloodline. As for the past grudges, they have been blown away by the wind with the death of the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others. As long as Lord Lin Ling doesn't mind, we are willing to fight for him. The army on the other side immediately roared. From the perspective of a battle between 2 armies, Lin Ling was actually their enemy. However, from the perspective of righteousness, Lin Ling was actually their lord. This was because Lin Ling represented the proudest genius of this world. Good. After making some preparations, we will set off immediately. Great Demon King Gu Hai immediately smiled. His beautiful eyes looked in the direction Lin Ling disappeared. He never expected that the youth he met when he sold the mountain back then would dominate this world today. Ha! I heard that fighting alongside Lin Ling is an extremely honorable thing. I have always envied Lin Ling's subordinates. However, now that there are external enemies, I can put down my pride and follow Lin Ling to kill the enemies. The great Demon King of the East was very excited, laughing loudly. He was a great Demon King. Naturally, he could not put down his pride and become Lin Ling's subordinate. However, he now had an excuse to follow Lin Ling with a clear conscience. This was because he could not resist the experts of the martial god realm. He could only rely on Lin Ling. After Lin Ling left the demon domain, he quickly appeared in Xianxia province. When he appeared, he could not help but be shocked. This was because this vast land was now overcrowded with people. At a glance, one could not see the end of it. Lord Lin Ling. When Lin Ling appeared, they shouted in unison. It was like a wave crashing against him. It was shocking. Why are there so many people? Lin Ling asked in surprise. Ha, Ling, when we were waiting for you, all the martial artists of the Xianhuang, Xianyuan, Xianpeng spirit race, and Saint's great domain gathered here. They heard that you were going to kill your way into the godly nation and eliminate all the opponents. Therefore, they came to support you as the king. In the distance, Ancestor Taiyan walked over and said excitedly, in the past, Lin Ling was the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Later, he became the legend of the Rainforest Sacred Land. Later, he became the legend of the Xianpeng province. However, now Lin Ling had unified this world. Such glory and achievements made him feel extremely proud. However, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. After going to the martial god realm, he did not care about these false titles. However, this world did not belong to him, Lin Ling. If others wanted to participate in this battle, then let them. Lin Ling, we're here. At this moment, in the demon domain's void passage, a large number of demons arrived. Their imposing manner made the experts of the human race feel as if they were facing a great enemy. We are now comrades. Seeing this scene, the great demon king of the East smiled bitterly. He also knew that the human race was still very prejudiced against the demon race. However, no one believed his words. This made him smile even more bitterly. He did not have enough prestige. He immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, "These guys are on the same path as us. No need to be too nervous." With Lin Ling's words, the human race martial artists naturally believed him. They looked at the endless number of experts in the sky and on the ground. They were all excited, especially Ancestor Taiyan, Lin Yi, Sword Immortal Song Tian, and the others. They were more excited than anyone else because this moment of glory belonged to Lin Ling. In the creation battle, the demon race has been eliminated. Only the god race and the turtle race are left. Lin Ling did not want to talk too much. He raised his sword. His clear eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Images of his fallen comrades appeared in his mind. It was everyone's thoughts. It was his grandfather's severed arm. So it was time to end it. Go, go. Under Lin Ling's giant stride, the martial artists in the sky were like locusts, majestically heading towards the nation of God. In this world, the pinnacle battle had completely begun. At this moment, in the Sun God Nation, the Sun God King, the evil Ghost Emperor, and the Soul King all had extremely serious expressions. Not long ago, they received news that Lin Ling had killed the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and 2 Demon Kings. And now that the creation battle had begun, many ancient giants had died at Lin Ling's hands. There was the Yellow Spring Emperor, the Immortal God King, the Drunken Immortal, the Death Arrow Martial God, the Fire Cloud God King, the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master, the 400 Million Demon King, and the Billion Lives Demon King. Lin Ling was simply unstoppable. Chapter 22:36. Here he comes. Meanwhile, in the Sun God Kingdom, the Sun God Emperor, the Wraith martial monarch, and a heavenly emperor of the Sol Luo dynasty wore stern looks. Not long ago, they had received the news that Lin Ling had killed the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom and 2 demon emperors. Since the Battle of Creation had begun, many ancient authorities had died to Lin Ling's hands, including the Yellow Spring martial monarch, the Immortal Drunken Wine, the Death Arrow martial god, the Fire Cloud martial emperor, the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom, the 400 million demon emperor, and the 100 million life demon emperor. Lin Ling was unstoppable. Most importantly, Lin Ling had invaded the godly kingdom. The greatest battle was about to take place. Haha, are you scared? When you snatched Lin Ling's stone sculpture, you should have foreseen this outcome. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, the strongest martial monarch of the 4 great eras in the past, and he's still the strongest martial monarch of this world today. On the other side, martial god Tianyue and the guardian of the mortal realm burst out laughing. They were obviously severely injured, causing their auras to weaken. However, after learning about Lin Ling's achievement, they immediately became spirited and proud. After Lin Ling had surfaced, he had swept across the place like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. "Shut up," the Sun God Emperor snapped furiously. That being said, they had no time to worry about martial god Tianyue and the others. They were all thinking of how to deal with Lin Ling. Slap yourself 3 times. However, at that instant, a cold yell could be heard coming from the sky. A young man wearing a golden robe slowly descended from the sky. The man had forcibly broken through the rift and stepped out from the path of the martial god realm. Young Master Thousand Face, the Sun God Emperor, and the others were overjoyed when they saw the young man. As a side tribe of the Tating Commandery, you're afraid of a country bumpkin. How disgraceful. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed you all already. Now, slap yourself 3 times. The young man in the golden robe said coldly. He was none other than young Master Thousand Face. Lin Ling had destroyed one of his clones, which was equivalent to destroying 10% of his realm essence. Therefore, he was furious. Tating Commandery was one of the 4 upper commanderies in Qingzhou. It was as famous as Square Commandery, Only Me Commandery, and all the other commanderies. Even in Qingzhou, ordinary people dared not provoke them. However, in this rural area, there was a guy who dared to be so arrogant. He did not believe that the guy was evil. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, they were slapping their own faces. However, this was a happy slap because young Master Thousand Faces was here. Lin Ling, are you that powerful? God Realm Clan? Realm. Li God Realm. Realm. His dimensional origin has already surpassed 10%. Moreover, he's from the Qing province's martial god barracks. Young Master Thousand Faces gazed into the distance. His words caused the expressions of the Sun God King and the others to change drastically. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually go to the martial god barracks. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 genius of this world. However, it doesn't mean that he is a member of the martial gods camp. That place is extremely cruel. I guess he came back after being eliminated. After all, as far as I know, even Princess Tang Yue of Square Commandery entered the martial gods camp by luck and became a commander. However, a princess of Shan Commandery only has such a low status. Who is Lin Ling? I'm afraid he didn't even enter the martial gods camp. Young Master Thousand Face said disdainfully. That's right. Although Lin Ling is a monstrous genius, he is only a monstrous genius in our world. In the myriad worlds, he is trash. The Sun God King immediately began to flatter him. Don't worry, I will definitely kill Lin Ling. Everyone who is with him will also die. What you need to do now is to find him for me. Young Master Thousand Face narrowed his eyes. His fists were clenched and unclenched as killing intent filled the air. Hearing this, the Sun God King was about to speak. Rumble. However, at this moment, the heavens and earth shook and rumbled continuously. The entire palace seemed to have collapsed, causing the expressions of young Master Thousand Face and the others to change instantly. In the next moment, the magnificent palace collapsed, and the surrounding sky and earth appeared before their eyes. Chapter 22:37. To kill with a single stroke, not bad, full confidence. Young Master Thousand Faces shouted coldly. Then I'll say it too. I'm 100% confident that I can kill you. Lin Ling finally unleashed his killing intent. The sword in his hand glowed with resplendent light. Boundary energy enveloped the sword, and its aura was extremely sharp. On the other side, young Master Thousand Faces also erupted with boundary essence, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Seeing that the great battle was about to begin, the crowd held their breaths. They became even more nervous and expectant. Young Master Thousand Faces from Grand Court Commandery. Why is he here in the North Territory? At this moment, in a distant place, several figures stood in the void, watching the battle on the ground. There were 4 of them, a middle-aged man, an old man, and a slightly cold woman. All 3 of them possessed unfathomable strength because they could enter the path of the martial god at will. I didn't expect that young Master Thousand Faces would come to the North Territory. The woman's eyes flickered. This young Master Thousand Faces possesses the Myriad Metal King body. He's currently training in the Myriad Worlds with the goal of entering the Songling Academy. So it's not strange for him to appear here. The old man among them smiled faintly and said, Miss Rosa, you and young Master Thousand Face are both successors of the 4 upper commanderies. Your goal is also the 3 academies. Therefore, you should take a good look at young Master Thousand Face's battle and see the gap between you two. Uncle Luo, I will. The cold woman nodded slightly, and her right hand tightened her grip on the sword. The descendants of the 4 upper commanderies of Qingzhou were all exceptional. She knew that Tang Yue from Square Commandery had entered the Martial Gods Battalion and even became the commander of the Federation. She wanted to use the Martial Gods Battalion as a springboard to enter the 3 academies. She was confident that she was not weaker than Tang Yue. She would definitely succeed. As for young Master Thousand Faces, there was no need to mention him. This person was extremely famous in the 4 upper commanderies, and his strength was something that even she had to look up to. Who is that kid? He actually dares to fight young Master Thousand Faces. His courage is not bad. At this time, one of the middle-aged men said, Hee, just a sparring partner. However, for someone in the north to comprehend realm essence, it is worthy of praise. The old man shook his head and laughed. From his words, it was clear that he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Rosa, pay more attention to young Master Thousand Faces. See how he uses his boundary essence. Moreover, if you can fuse your boundary essence with your innate talent, entering the 3 great academies won't be a problem for you. The old man said again. The cold woman immediately nodded. Inside the nation of God, 2 figures were clashing with each other. It was getting scarier and scarier. It was like 2 worlds were colliding. You're from Tating Commandery, but you don't even dare to attack. I feel ashamed for your Tating Commandery. However, if you don't attack, I'll attack first. But soon, Lin Ling raised his sword. His boundary essence roared like a bolt of thunder, causing his huge sword to be surrounded by lightning snakes that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. He pounced over. He didn't use any laws, just pure realm essence. That was because only Jie Yuan could injure someone as strong as young Master Thousand Face. Rumble. That sword strike seemed to have extracted the power of an entire world. Ignorant child, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Seeing that Lin Ling attacked first, young Master Thousand Face shouted coldly. A pure silver earring appeared in his hand and kept enlarging. It was as if he was holding a moon ring. A large amount of boundary essence shot out like thousands of arrows towards Lin Ling. Last time, you were just lucky to win. You only have more than 10% of your boundary essence. I've seen many experts like you. Shoo! Shoo! The arrow-like boundary essence shot towards Lin Ling like meteors. Pure silver earring. In the void, the cold woman's expression suddenly changed. It seems that Tating Commandery is very generous to give such a treasure to young Master Thousand Face. That immortal weapon isn't weak. It can increase the user's control over their boundary essence. Rosa, remember, if everyone has the same boundary essence, then the control will determine the outcome. The old man didn't forget to remind the woman. He then sighed. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. It's hard to see through young Master Thousand Face's strength in this battle. Hearing that, the woman also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the sky was filled with boundary essence, causing the sky of the godly kingdom to darken. Break! Facing the arrow-like boundary essence, Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He swung the sword and cut off all means of retreat. Boom! 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 The boundary essence that approached Lin Ling were all cut apart. Although there are more boundary essence scattered, its power is also weaker. Lin Ling shouted coldly. At the same time, young Master Thousand Face frowned. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light passed through the arrow-like boundary essence and slashed fiercely. Moreover, it kept enlarging in his eyes, causing young Master Thousand Face's eyes to be filled with shock. At this moment, he roared and raised the pure silver earring in front of him. He also activated all his boundary essence in an attempt to block the sword. In the sky, the old man cried out in surprise, "Boundary essence release." As for the cold-looking woman, her eyes narrowed. That was because releasing boundary essence meant that boundary essence would break out of one's body and increase the attack range. She had just reached this level of cultivation. However, this unknown young man had succeeded in doing so. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were surprised. Young Master Thousand Face was surprised as well. This allowed him to realize that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength in the last battle with Lin Ling. However, what surprised him was yet to come. When the sword collided with his pure silver earring, the ring emitted a clear sound. In the next moment, the pure silver earring shattered. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword didn't stop slashing. It passed by young Master Thousand Face's neck and directly cut off his head. 20% of boundary essence. Young Master Thousand Face let out a sharp cry at practically the same moment his head was cut off. The shock in his voice was even stronger, because as far as he was concerned, Lin Ling had only surpassed 10% of boundary essence. Who knew that Lin Ling actually possessed 20% of boundary essence? This had exceeded his expectations once again. As for the few people in the sky in the distance, they were completely silent at this moment. They originally thought that Lin Ling was just a sparring partner. Who would have thought that young Master Thousand Face would be killed with a single strike? Wasn't this a little too fast? Master, that young man doesn't seem to be simple. The woman called Rosa spoke solemnly. He really can't be underestimated. Unfortunately, he encountered young Master Thousand Face. He's still going to fall in the end. The old man shook his head. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength, he still knew that Lin Ling wasn't a match for young Master Thousand Face. As for the middle-aged man beside him, he snorted coldly and said, "Humph, how audacious." That country bumpkin crippled one of young Master Thousand Face's clones. He's simply courting death by offending Grand Court County. Luo Tian, don't be impatient. Young Master Thousand Face can deal with it himself. The old man said. At this moment, everyone in the Sun God Nation exclaimed in surprise. One strike. Lin Ling actually killed young Master Thousand Face with one strike. This was too fast. Chapter 2238. Another doppelganger. When everyone saw this scene, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Young Master Thousand Face was not dead. Could it be that this expert from the martial god realm had an immortal body? Lin Ling, you'll have to bear my wrath forever. After young Master Thousand Face walked out, his face became ferocious because Lin Ling had destroyed another doppelganger of his. This was something he did not expect. I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Qing Province. I'm a true genius of the martial god world. I'm going to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing Province. You trash, You ant, you trash. You actually destroyed 2 of my doppelgangers. That's equivalent to destroying 20% of my realm essence. You're making me so angry. You made me lose the opportunity to enter the 3 great academies. Young Master Thousand Face roared, causing the ground to explode and the sky to shatter like glass. He was furious. Everyone could see that he was furious. Of course, this was not difficult to understand, because he had split into 8 doppelgangers and entered the myriad realms to gain enlightenment. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of Qing province. But now, that hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. So, how could he not be angry? All of you will be buried with me. On his body, the pure silver earring floated and shot out a large amount of boundary essence. If the boundary essence before was countless arrows, then the boundary essence now was like tentacles that wanted to kill everyone. Great desolate golden boundary. A cold shout, with madness, spread throughout the godly kingdom. A low-grade boundary essence martial art formed 30% of the boundary essence. In the void, the expressions of the mysterious experts changed drastically. They did not expect young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence to be even more terrifying than they imagined. They immediately looked at Lin Ling, knowing that Lin Ling could make young Master Thousand Face use 30% of his boundary essence. This was already very powerful. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling spat out coldly. He leaped up, held the sword with both hands, and slashed down like a battle axe. At this moment, the boundary essence was colorful. He knew that young Master Thousand Faces was extremely furious, but young Master Thousand Faces did not know that he, Lin Ling, was even more furious, because young Master Thousand Faces had killed too many of Lin Ling's men. Furthermore, it was because young Master Thousand Faces had severed his grandfather's arm. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. This guy is crazy. In the void, those people's pupils suddenly constricted. They thought that it would be hard for Lin Ling to resist the arrival of young Master Thousand Face new clone, who knew that Lin Ling would actually choose to meet force with force. 30% of Jie Yuan. Compared to the geniuses from all over the world, that is an extremely rare existence. Does that fellow know what he is doing? The woman called Rosa sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is dead for sure. In the nation of God, the Sun God King and the others clenched their fists. They were confident that Lin Ling would lose. In contrast to their confidence, Elder Tai Yin and the others clenched their fists. In truth, they were also confused as to why Lin Ling had chosen to meet force with force. Die. The pure silver earring released in even more ferocious light, as if the power of a world had arrived. Kacha! Almost at the same time, the sword in the sky ruthlessly slashed down. It was as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. The power of the boundary origin also increased from 20% to 30%. You aren't the only one with 30% of Jie Yuan. Lin Ling's roar came at the same time. In that instant, young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was still hiding his strength. This guy was actually so strong. His heart was in complete chaos. Kacha! However, that sword told him that if anyone dared to behave atrociously in Lin Ling's territory, no matter how many clones they had, no matter how grand their identities were, they would all die. 30% of Jie Yuan collided with 30% of Jie Yuan. In the beginning, Lin Ling's sword and the pure silver earring were evenly matched. However, when Lin Ling's Jie Yuan increased again, cracks appeared on the pure silver earring before it completely exploded. Whoosh! That sword was like cutting tofu as it slashed down fiercely. You, young Master Thousand Faces, let out an angry roar. In the next moment, he was split in two. Another doppelganger died. Seeing this, the entire land and even the void fell into a dead silence. Everyone thought that young Master Thousand Faces would be enraged and that there would be a bitter battle. Who knew that young Master Thousand Faces would still be killed by Lin Ling's sword after saying so much? What kind of irony was this? To young Master Thousand Faces, what kind of humiliation was this? It was equivalent to being slapped twice in the face. Dead again, Sun God Monarch, and the others were trembling. Lin Ling's sword was too crazy. It was as if he had no limit. Kill! In the sky, Lin Ling's face was cold as he pointed his sword to the ground. The martial artists of the nation of God were at a loss. Their greatest reliance had been killed again. Sun God Monarch and the others were also at a loss. They were even afraid. Unfortunately, what welcomed them was the army's attack. The martial artists of the nation of God immediately let out a large number of painful cries. Lin Ling did not make any move. He looked indifferently at the void. Young Master Thousand Faces was a genius of the martial god realm. His strength was indeed amazing. Unfortunately, the opponent underestimated him too much. His clones came one after another and could only be killed one by one. If young Master Thousand Faces combined his 8 clones, then Lin Ling would have to dodge the attack. However, next would be the strongest battle. Lin Ling was looking forward to it, because he also wanted to test out his black sword record. Boom! Not long after, the void exploded. 5 figures walked out of the void at the same time. These 5 people were wearing the same clothes. It was young Master Thousand Faces. This time, young Master Thousand Faces had gathered all his clones. Moreover, after he appeared, he did not say a word. He directly merged his clones. He wanted to use his new strength to kill Lin Ling. Now, not only was he furious, but he had also lost his mind. A mouse destroyed a nest of soup. Lin Ling, damn it. 5 clones. I'm afraid he can merge 50% of his realm essence. What a pity. If young Master Thousand Faces did not underestimate his opponent, he would not have wasted 20% of his realm essence. The battle is over. In the void, the few people shook their heads. In fact, until now, they still did not think that Lin Ling could survive. However, Lin Ling had cut down 2 of young Master Thousand Faces' clones. This was enough to be proud of. Where did this junior come from? Why is he so powerful? Rosa was a little surprised. She was a little sad because Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than hers. She came from the 4 great commanderies, but Lin Ling was just a nobody. You don't have to feel inferior. A dead genius is no longer a genius. The old man sensed Rosa's thoughts and immediately shouted coldly. In fact, he was a little angry because that ant-like existence was actually stronger than Rosa. Why? However, he soon stopped worrying because Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Lin Ling, very good. Very good. At the same time, the golden light in the sky shone brightly. A figure that seemed to be formed by metal quietly appeared and kept changing. Gradually, it turned into young Master Thousand Faces' appearance. At this moment, his aura changed and became calm. He stretched out his right hand. His arm was actually formed by metal. If one looked carefully, there were many golden mountains, seas, and cities carved on his arm. Chapter 2239. The Terror of 50% Boundary Essence. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook once again as if they had encountered a collision with another world. You destroyed 3 of my clones. How do you think I should kill you? The corner of young Master Thousand Faces' mouth moved slightly as his crazy voice spread out. If you can kill me, then come at me. Lin Ling's expression became slightly solemn when he faced young Master Thousand Faces' terrifying aura, because he noticed that young Master Thousand Face actually possessed 50% of his realm essence. However, his sword had already been drawn, so this battle of creation was bound to end. I really don't understand. Why would a lowly person like you dare to kill 3 of my clones? Don't you feel inferior? Can't you be like an ant and let me kill you? Why do you have to waste my time and let all my clones come here? You're really despicable. You're so lowly that you look down on yourself. Young Master Thousand Face moved. Like a golden flood, it surged towards Lin Ling and formed a terrifying boundary essence attack. Rumble. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He raised his sword to block and used 30% of his boundary essence to resist. Without a doubt, 30% boundary essence couldn't block 50% boundary essence. I'm indeed inferior to you. However, there's a peaceful place in my heart that no one can invade. Otherwise, even if I'm a lowly ant, I'll still kill my enemies. Lin Ling let out a determined voice as he resisted the terrifying golden flood. Flames bloomed from his left eye. Those were the flames of battle. Li Xiaoyao in the past and Lin Ling today. They both fought to protect the peaceful place in their hearts. They didn't retreat in the past. So how could they retreat today? Rumble. The golden torrent was slashed apart by Lin Ling's attack, but it didn't take long for the torrent to merge once more and transform into young Master Thousand Face. Boring ant. What do you mean by protecting the peaceful place in your heart? That's a joke. You're only qualified to say that if you can survive. Gold King Heavenly Compass. 50% boundary essence erupted once again. Young Master Thousand Face turned into a golden compass with a large number of complicated imprints on it. It spiraled continuously and swept towards Lin Ling. Under the rotation of the compass, the sky was directly cut open. It was as if the top half of a bottle was cut off, revealing the mysterious void. This feng shui compass was so terrifying. It could be said that in Lin Ling's world, there had never been anyone who could slice open the sky. Young Master Thousand Faces was the only one. How terrifying! The crowd was trembling with fear. This was truly a disaster. And in the void, Rosa saw that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence was growing stronger and stronger. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Senior Luo Yunquan, could it be that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence and talent have succeeded in the initial fusion? In the martial Emperor realm, talent and boundary essence were separated. Boundary essence was obviously more powerful, while talent could only use the power of laws. However, if boundary essence was converted to 100%, it could be combined with talent to form an even more powerful attack. There is no initial fusion, but there should be some resonance. This young Master Thousand Faces is comprehending in the Golden Sky King realm, and can already extract the world essence of that realm. The old man said solemnly. He didn't expect young Master Thousand Faces to be even stronger than he imagined. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, didn't you also want to protect your world? Why don't you dare to speak now? The sky continued to be sliced open. The huge compass slashed towards Lin Ling, and Lin Ling raised his sword to block. However, cracks appeared on his sword. He couldn't block it, because the difference was too great. Of course, this was normal. Young Master Thousand Faces had 50% of his boundary essence, and Lin Ling only had 30%. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's solid foundation, he would have been killed. Dodge domain. At the critical moment, Lin Ling's soul force erupted, and he finally dodged the terrifying compass. After all, if they continued to clash, even if Lin Ling was fine, his sword would break. You escaped, but what's the use? You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. The golden compass let out a disdainful voice, and once again swept towards Lin Ling. Linger, seeing that Lin Ling's life was in danger, Elder Tai Yin, Lord Shui Wu, and the others anxiously shouted. After all, a genius from the martial god realm was not someone Lin Ling could resist. However, they didn't think that Lin Ling was unbearable because it was unfair between the two. Young Master Thousand Faces came from the martial god realm, and he had endless resources since he was young. Lin Ling came from this world, and he had nothing. Everything he had was obtained through his own efforts. Father, you can do it. Lin Yi also clenched his fists, and his face was filled with excitement. His father was undefeatable, and he definitely wouldn't lose. Haha, that's your son, right? Good. Lin Ling, I won't kill you quickly. I will cripple you, and then let your son die in front of you. Young Master Thousand Faces seemed to have heard Lin Yi's voice, and his laughter became even more wild and wanton. 3 of his clones had been crippled by Lin Ling, and now he would definitely torture Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling, that's your wife, right? Haha, I will treat them well. The arrogant voice resounded in the sky, causing everyone's face to turn solemn. At this moment, they could only watch young Master Thousand Faces do whatever he wanted. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Ling's eyes turned red, and he continued to use his sword to resist the golden compass. However, in his mind, the martial arts from the sword realm quietly floated. The sword realm, the realm of thousands of swords, was the home of swords. There were countless martial arts of swords there, and the realm origin of swords was the birthplace of swords. 10 years of sharpening a sword. Sword cultivators had to endure the boredom and sharpen their swords day by day. Only then would they know the birth of swords and the world of swords. If you dare to touch them, I will tear you into pieces. Lin Ling's angry roar also floated out at this moment. His sword kept resisting the golden compass. But no one saw that the realm origin in his sword was also increasing crazily. That kind of feeling was like sharpening a sword day by day, and the moment the sword was drawn out, ghosts and gods would weep. Haha, you are angry. I like to see you angry, but this is not enough. Those are your subordinates, right? Don't worry, I want all of them to die. Are there 100 million people here? Or 10 billion people? They will all die because of you. Children, old people, women, I will not let them go. Regret it, be afraid, the great calamity of the world is about to begin. The deranged voice sounded as if it was the mandate of heaven, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. As for the Sun God King and the others, they were incomparably excited. That's right, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive and destroy this realm. Crazy. These people were crazy, and they actually wanted to destroy this realm. Even Rosa frowned in the void. This is too much of a massacre. They're just ants. Don't mind them. Rosa, you only need to know that these ants are born to serve the martial god world. If their deaths can allow you to convert more world essence, that's their fortune. The old man said expressionlessly. Rosa wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she fell silent. Chapter 2240. Finishing touch, what? You don't dare to speak? Are you afraid? I've long thought that what you said before was just hypocrisy. When you're close to death, you only care about yourself. Young Master Thousand Face said in a mocking tone. He noticed that Lin Ling was silent. In fact, Lin Ling was comprehending the black sword record. With every block, he seemed to be sharpening his sword. Look, this is your overlord Lin Ling. He doesn't dare to speak. You've been deceived. Young Master Thousand Face said again. This time, he said it to Lin Ling's relatives and brothers. He wanted them to curse Lin Ling. Bullshit. However, at that moment, an angry roar came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and found that it was Lin Yi who spoke. You trash. How can you compare to my father? I believe in my father. Lin Yi walked out and looked ahead with determination. You. Young Master Thousand Face immediately shouted angrily. He didn't expect that he would explode with such power. That ant wasn't afraid of him. I also believe in Lord Lin Ling. However, at that moment, another voice sounded. The crowd took a step forward and shouted in unison. The people who were previously terrified stood up at that moment. They couldn't let Lord Lin Ling fight alone. They had to stand with Lord Lin Ling. To be able to follow Lord Lin Ling for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have any regrets even if they died. That was because Lord Lin Ling had done too much for them. Haha, I believe in Ling. Ancestor Taiyin also roared and waved his single arm. His aura was magnificent. Under his voice, the entire Sun God Nation and even the entire world roared. They would rather die than live in dishonor. Although they were lowly, they would never be afraid or beg for mercy. They would rather die to protect their homeland. All of you are courting death. Young Master Thousand Face became more and more angry. Why weren't these ants afraid of him? He still wanted these ants to side with him and betray Lin Ling. At that time, he would let Lin Ling see how pathetic he was. However, his calculations were wrong. This bunch of idiots. Young Master Thousand Faces must kill them all. The Sun God Monarch and the others were also enraged. These lowly ants actually dared to be arrogant even when death was at hand. Good, good, good. Let's kill that old bastard first. After young Master Thousand Faces became angry, he immediately let out a sinister laugh. The golden compass gave up on Lin Ling and actually flew towards Ancestor Extreme Flame. Seeing this, Ancestor Extreme Flame sneered and did not retreat at all. He allowed the astral wind to blow against his aged face. Ling, you should be proud enough in this lifetime. Grandpa is proud of you. His heroic voice spread across the land. This old man was indeed Lin Ling's grandfather. He had the same pride as Lin Ling. Clang! However, just as the compass was getting closer and closer to Patriarch Extreme Flame, a sword appeared and slashed at the compass. Lin Ling had arrived. Boom! The two forces collided. Lin Ling undoubtedly failed to block, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his spine was still straight as he angrily looked ahead. Enough! Enough! After that crazy block, he finally understood what it meant to sharpen a sword for 10 years. To sharpen a sword, one had to cultivate the black sword record personally. However, to forge a sword, one needed fire. It needed to be tempered, and this required the help of fire. As for the fire, it was an external force. For example, young Master Thousand Faces' crazy attack. This meant that young Master Thousand Faces' previous attack was in fact constantly tempering the sword, until the sword was out of the furnace. Have you said enough? The astral wind blew Lin Ling's long hair, causing it to flutter, revealing the cold and emotionless eyes beneath his forehead. He held the sword and indifferently stared ahead. You finally decided to die for them? Young Master Thousand Faces sneered. In the next moment, he swept towards Lin Ling. Golden essence seemed to want to cut apart the world. Sharpen a sword for 10 years. At the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. The sword was blunt, but it carried the perseverance, patience, and determination of sharpening a sword. Clang! The sword and the golden compass collided, erupting into waves of essence that soared into the sky. It ferociously destroyed the earth and sky. 40% of the essence was released from the sword in Lin Ling's hand. This sword blocked young Master Thousand Face attack. Young Master Thousand Faces let out a surprise sound. He did not expect Lin Ling to be able to block 50% of his essence. Interesting. I heard that when one is close to death, one's potential can be stimulated. It seems that this is true. However, 40% of the essence is still too weak. His voice was filled with disdain. The golden compass circled once again. It shone brightly, and an even more terrifying power erupted. 50% of the essence poured out at this moment. He wanted to cripple Lin Ling in one strike. Let's see how you block it. A contemptuous voice spread through the sky. It's over. In the void, the old man said directly. He could see that Lin Ling already had no way out, because if he retreated, his friends and family behind him would die. Therefore, Lin Ling could only face it head-on. He could not dodge. However, what surprised him was that behind Lin Ling, no one moved. Their expressions did not even change. They were not afraid of death. This guy called Lin Ling really has people's hearts. Those people are willing to die for him. It makes me a little jealous. The old man said with a frown. The others were also jealous, because it was not difficult to make the weak submit. However, to make the weak submit willingly, that was very difficult. Just a bunch of ants. Because of jealousy, those mysterious experts all laughed mockingly. They looked at Lin Ling again. At first, they thought that Lin Ling would panic and even want to escape. However, he did not. Lin Ling just stood there quietly, as if he was not moved by the world. At this moment, they all admired him. Even young Master Thousand Face was slightly surprised. Then, he suddenly saw Lin Ling smile. That smile was very cold, but it was filled with strong confidence. It's over. In fact, he even heard Lin Ling spit out a sentence indifferently. It's over? Could it be that Lin Ling had given up? He could not help but be even more confused. However, the answer was no, because Lin Ling had made a move. After 10 years of polishing the sword, It was the dragon's finishing touch. The second level of the Black Sword record. The dragon's finishing touch. That sword instantly exploded with 50% of the boundary essence. The sword pointed out as if it was piercing through the clouds. Clang! A deafening sound was heard. 50% of the boundary essence collided, causing the old man in the void to gasp. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened, because he could see that the sword actually exploded with the power of space. That was spatial boundary essence. One had to know that the cultivation of the martial emperor realm was to convert boundary essence. Only after the boundary essence was successfully converted could it be fused with one's talent. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Some extremely mysterious people like to break the rules. Before the boundary essence was successfully converted, they had already begun to fuse with their talent. These people were called martial god geniuses. And now, there was one in front of them. Chapter 2241. Only Luo family. How is this possible? After colliding with Lin Ling's sword, young Master Thousand Face was disdainful at first, then he was stunned. Finally, he let out an angry roar. The sword in front of him was so firm, as if it could destroy anything. The terrifying spatial energy caused the golden compass to stop spinning. Moreover, the sword stabbed out, causing the golden compass to collapse. The golden liquid splashed in all directions and disappeared into the sky. Young Master Thousand Face's body suddenly appeared. However, there was a sword in front of him that pierced through his chest like an awl, causing him to be in a mess. Plop! A head fell to the ground, shocking everyone. Previously, Lin Ling was surrounded by perils. Everyone thought that he was bound to lose, but who knew that Lin Ling finally drew his sword? That sword overturned the universe and directly defeated young Master Thousand Face. What? That young man won. That's a boundary realm martial art. It's at least a second-grade martial art. With his strength and age, how could he have successfully comprehended it? How could a martial god realm genius be born in such a rural place? The expressions of the experts in the sky changed at this moment. Young Master Thousand Face was an extremely powerful genius in the 4 great commanderies. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing province. The only people who could compete with him were the top geniuses of the martial god world. But now, a country bumpkin had defeated him with a single sword strike. This was like a dream. Bang! At this moment, there was a roar. Lin Ling smashed down from the sky. He held his sword diagonally. The tip of the sword scraped the ground, causing sparks to fly as he walked forward. At the same time, everyone saw that young Master Thousand Face was not dead. What a terrifying guy. He was only left with a head, and he was not dead. Of course, this was related to his talent. In fact, he was a metal man. However, when he saw Lin Ling walking over, young Master Thousand Face was completely afraid. His 8 doppelgangers had been killed by Lin Ling. The boundary realm that he had painstakingly cultivated had also gone down the drain. Moreover, he realized that he had been tricked. Lin Ling had not released his powerful strength at the beginning. Instead, he had slowly nibbled away at him. Otherwise, with the fusion of his 8 doppelgangers, he would not have been afraid of Lin Ling. Go on, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, looking extremely evil. I won't let you go. I'm the young master of Tating Commandery. I'm practicing nature golden tactics. I won't die. The head on the ground let out a resentful voice that made one's scalp go numb. That's right. I like to kill this kind of tough guy the most. Moreover, I like to see my opponent's anger, but unable to do anything about it. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile was even more evil. Young Master Thousand Faces was naturally infuriated, but he was truly helpless against Lin Ling. One could imagine how he felt. In reality, I was only playing with you before because this is my first time cultivating the realm origin martial arts, so I needed a sparring partner. Lin Ling arrived in front of young Master Thousand Faces and stepped on his head. This action was undoubtedly a thick humiliation to young Master Thousand Faces. However, although the humiliation was terrifying, Lin Ling's words shocked him even more. This was because Lin Ling had actually treated him as a sparring partner. He was young Master Thousand Faces. When had he ever been a sparring partner for an ant in the countryside? Even the faces of the few people in the void changed drastically. This guy was crazy. He was actually comprehending the martial arts just now. He's from Tating Commandery. Do you want the entire commandery to be destroyed by killing him? The old man couldn't take it anymore and finally walked out from the void. Although young Master Thousand Faces wasn't from Tating Commandery, his background wasn't small either. Therefore, if he could help, he would be indebted to him. Woo, woo, woo. The old man's appearance was first accompanied by a cloud of sand, as if he was the king of the sand world. The crowd was shocked. Another expert had appeared. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all. I thought you were just here to watch the show. In the end, you still came out. Hearing this, the eyes of the old man and the others flickered. That junior actually knew they were here? They thought that the junior would be very surprised by their appearance. I'm Luo Yinquan. I'm from Tating Commandery. The old man floated in the sky and said slowly, Don't talk nonsense. What's your purpose here? However, Lin Ling didn't give any face. He didn't even bother to know the name of the person who had come. At this moment, the few people were furious, especially the cold woman, Rosa. She reminded, Your Excellency, Tating Commandery is one of the 4 great commanderies in Qingzhou. You've already offended Tating Commandery. Do you want to offend Tating Commandery as well? Let me remind you, any expert from there can destroy this world if they come here. Ha! Ha! This young Master Thousand Faces said the same thing. But now, hearing this, Lin Ling smiled coldly. His words made the faces of the few people freeze. In fact, they also thought that young Master Thousand Faces could destroy this world. However, what was the result? Young Master Thousand Faces was being stepped on by someone else. So, tell me your purpose, Lin Ling said again. This attitude was undoubtedly ignoring them. The anger in the few people's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't give them any face. Of course, they didn't expect that this matter had nothing to do with them. They rashly interfered. This was against the rules. In this world, there are nobles and lowly people. Young Master Thousand Faces is a noble person. The people of this world are ants. Sometimes, one must be very clear about one's status. The aura of the old man called Luo Yunquan became more and more terrifying. He actually had the strength of a sector lord. All the sector essence had been completely converted by him. This kind of strength was undoubtedly extremely terrifying to Lin Ling. However, since things had come to this, Lin Ling couldn't back down. Less bullshit. Tell me your purpose. Lin Ling shouted angrily. His attitude was also extremely domineering. You, Luo Yinquan obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He was actually not afraid of him. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Normally, in the North region, it was impossible for a genius like Lin Ling to appear. Moreover, even if his strength was not bad, he should be terrified and afraid when he saw him. However, Lin Ling was not. Could it be that this fellow had some background? Let him go, and this matter will end here. How about it? Luo Yunquan's words weren't as domineering as before. This caused the several people beside him to be secretly surprised. Although Lin Ling could erupt with 50% of his sector essence's strength, they were much stronger. They shouldn't fear him. Haha, old man, are you dreaming? After learning of the other party's goal, Lin Ling contemptuously smiled. He cut off my grandfather's arm and turned my territory into a mess. You think I should let him go just because you say so? This attitude left Luo Yunquan even more surprised. It was as if Lin Ling was the master and they were the servants. Even young Master Thousand Faces was surprised. He was even more certain that when Lin Ling fought with him, he was only using him as a training partner. This was because when Lin Ling faced a World King powerhouse, he was also arrogant and unruly. You are too bold. Luo Yinquan frowned.